Okay. Is this working? How's the lighting? That should be alright. Hopefully the new lamp helps. Okay. Is this working? I don't believe this is working. Oh, it is working. Okay. Oh, we already have a like. Hello. Hello, everybody. Ethan the Boy says hello. Liana Diva Vac says hey hey with a heart emoji. Solomon Beg says hi. Sam's Vacuum says hi. Dylan Perea Cleans says here. Vacuums and Carpet Cleaner Guy says sup boys and girls. Yoin Mama says hi. Christina Marie Latimer says hi. Gavin Vo says hey. Sebastian Melendez says hi. Gavin Yo says hi again. Rick Hoover says sup. Hello, hello, hello everybody. Chat revenue 99 cents. Where's that coming from? I don't see any super chats. Oh, Yoin Mama 99 cents. Isn't that nice? I appreciate the super chat. Super chats are very much appreciated. If you would like, definitely super chats are very, very good, and I am definitely in favor of them. So yes, the super chat from Yoin Mama is very much appreciated. Rick Hoover says, whoa. Yes. Super chats are very much appreciated. Any super chat will result in a shout out, assuming your username is appropriate. And even if it is not, you will still get a congratulatory cupcake for your efforts in supporting the channel. And speaking of supporting the channel, the Patreon, which I am setting up for the channel in case you want to support the channel on a recurring basis, that will be going up very soon. I just keep forgetting, like honestly, just forgetting about it. So if people will get on my ass more enough about it, then hopefully I'll remember to do it. Facebook Marketplaces has tons of good vacuums. Yes, that is true. Your video is good. Hello. Yes, thank you. And yeah, Facebook Marketplace does have some good vacuums, which is definitely good. 2 days ago, I've been working on the 2015 Bissell Pro Heat Pet 89108. It was so hard to work on it. Yeah. There is a reason why I kind of stopped working on Bissell carpet cleaners and just carpet cleaners in general. And that's especially with the Bissells because, well, just in general, carpet cleaners are just, they're not fun to work on to me. I don't actually enjoy working on those machines. And yes, while I could still fix them for people, the fact is that if I don't enjoy doing the repair, I'm not going to be as invested in doing it 100% perfectly. That's just how any sort of job is. So I try not to do that sort of thing. Or at the very least, I'll tell people, it's like, look, if you want me to like mess with it for a few minutes and see, no guarantees though. I always tell people when it comes to carpet cleaners, only give it to me if it's already broken. Because, and at least if you want me to work on it and if it's already broken. Because, you know, you can't get mad at me if I break it more than it's already broken because it was already broken to begin with. But as far as vacuums, I have plenty of them in stock to where even if I do accidentally break someone's machine, I have plenty of machines that I can theoretically replace with. Although, I think in the entire... He went for a walk.
Do you know where the chicken patties are?
In the fridge, maybe?
I don't know yet, but you're good. I'll find out.
Okay, just be careful because your tits may show up on video.
I don't give a shit.
Okay.
I just want money if they sell it.
What?
I just want money if they sell pictures of me.
Okay. That's fine. I'll make sure that happens. Hey, so if anyone wants to send a super chat for my friend Brady's nipples, that is great. I will send the money his way. That's probably... I probably have kids watching this stream. Anyways, so I mean, you guys know what you're signing up for as far as the streams go. They're a little bit more raunchy, but I wouldn't think that me sitting in front of a computer screen would be all that raunchy. Anyways, let's see. Each one I get are lemons. Yeah, Rick Hoover, I agree. Thankfully, I've had the pleasure of not working on Abyssal in the last good few months at this point. So let me listen in on the stream real quick, just to make sure the audio is good. Thankfully, I've had the pleasure of not working on Abyssal in the last... Okay, so for some reason... Okay, the audio sounds good, but it's a little bit echoey. I'm assuming that's just because my mic's too far away. But no one's complained about the audio, so I think I should be good. Let me listen on this again. The audio sounds good, but it's a little bit echoey. I'm assuming that's just because my mic's too far away. But no one's complained about the audio, so I think I should be good. Okay, I think it's good now. It's just my mic was just a bit far away because I had it up on this little shelf right here. Anyways, okay, I need to figure out how to put the actual... It's off sync? Let me look at this. Anyways, okay, I need to figure out how to put... It doesn't look off sync to me. At least I'm looking back on the stream. Let me pull this up on the phone. I haven't changed any settings since the last stream, so it shouldn't be. It should not be off sync. Let's see. Let me look up. Wait, why am I googling? Why am I YouTubing my channel when I'm signed in? Let me look up. Wait, why am I googling? Why am I YouTubing my channel when I'm signed in? It looks to be on sync mostly. Yeah, so I think it should be okay. The Phantom Fury 12 amp I got... Ruby. Aw, Ruby. Guard doggo. Stop. Hey, stop it. Stop it, or I'll squeeze your face. What is... Did Bree just get home? And what is she barking at? Maybe Riley's coming back.
Yeah. I think I get one of these on the counter a little too hard.
What?
I think I get one of these chicken sandwiches on the counter. She thought somebody was knocking.
Oh, okay. Alright, let's see. Rick Hoover, Bork. Yes, very much Bork. Let's see. Everything's fine. How do I know if my vacuum has very aggressive agitation? Well, it's actually very simple. Just when you're comparing two vacuum cleaners to see which one has more agitation, just put your foot on the floor next to the vacuum, and if you can feel your foot vibrating, and obviously it'll differ depending on the type of carpet, which is why this is more effective if you're comparing two vacuums and you have them both adjusted properly to your carpet. Whichever one is just making your foot vibrate more, or just where you can feel the carpet vibrating more, that's the one that has better agitation. Again, assuming that it's actually adjusted properly. And, so there's no, one's not, not touching the floor and the other one is, because that obviously could throw off the results. So yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the easiest way to check, is just when you're vacuuming, like here. So let's say I was vacuuming with this sanitaire, and I wanted to check the agitation. Just put your foot just right next to it while it's on the carpet, assuming it's adjusted properly, and then you'll be able to you'll be able to fear the vibration. You'll be able to feel the vibration on your foot. So that's just the easiest way to actually check on whether or not your machine has good agitation. Again, assuming all the other parameters are in check, like it's adjusted properly, and in the case of an older vacuum, make sure that it's not that, the agitation isn't a fault of the vacuum, and it's not, or make sure that it is a fault of the vacuum and not just a brush roller with worn out bearings, or what's the word? I just forgot the word for when the bristles aren't as short as they're supposed to be, with worn out bristles. So assuming that all those parameters are accounted for, then that's the easiest way to check and see if your vacuum has the best agitation. At least it's the only way that I've really figured out, and it seems to just be the most straightforward and make the most sense. Now, one thing that I am wondering about, because there are some vacuums that clean really well but don't have the best agitation, and I don't mean the best as code for saying it sucks, but just saying there are some vacuums that are apparently clean very well but don't have like crazy agitation. Like for example, my Dirt Devil Breeze has better agitation than my Cibo X5 automatic. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Cibo is a bad cleaner and the Dirt Devil is, because I'm sure if I said that, then 17 different YouTubers would come and strangle me and burn me at the stake. So I don't want to say that, just for the record, because I don't want to fear for my safety. But yeah, so in all seriousness, that's kind of the easiest way to check for agitation, is just put your foot next to it while it's on the ground, and assuming everything's adjusted correctly, then you can see how well it's agitating the carpet. I know like a lot of vacuum stores will do the thing where they'll show they'll put sand down, or they'll put some sort of hello. Let's see. Is the Discord audio up? Okay, Babs, I can't hear you at all.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh.
Well, just because I saw the green bubble like pop up a couple times, which looked like you were trying to say something, but it didn't. I didn't hear nothing.
My brother was screaming in the other room, and my mic picked it up.
Okay.
Oh. Makes sense.
Makes sense. Anyways, but I mean, yeah. So if you guys were wondering, someone in the chat just asked the best way to, or just a good way to figure out whether one vacuum over another has good agitation. And I was basically saying, like, just assuming everything's adjusted correctly and there's nothing wrong with like the brush roll or something with the vacuum itself, then like with that unit, not that model, then just kind of putting your foot next to it while it's on the ground, you can kind of feel how much the carpet is vibrating. That's just a pretty straightforward way at testing the agitation between one unit and the other, if you're specifically trying to figure out agitation itself. So
Yeah, I agree, JC. That's a good way.
yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. If you don't want to like throw debris on your carpet or anything like that. What's your Vacuum Collectors Alliance Discord? One sec, I will drop the link in the chat real quick.
Tracy, what do you think of the one of these you have?
I actually, yeah, so I have one of those. That's the Shark Navigator Swivel Plus, and I think
yeah, this is a Navigator DLX.
Or yeah, Deluxe, Swivel Deluxe. Deluxe is DLX, so yeah, that's the same one. I have the exact same one, only mine is black, and mine I replaced the lower hose on it. That's the only difference. So, it's actually the vacuum that I keep I give to my roommates to use upstairs. And I know some people have kind of given me crap for that, because they're like, oh, you use a Shark in your house? But I have a very valid reason for doing so, and that's because a lot of the other vacuums that I've tried to use up there, the belts will break. And the reason why is because the carpet upstairs is very worn out. There is a lot of fibers that are torn straight out of the weave, and as a result, you can't vacuum the carpet without some carpet fibers getting pulled up. And in a lot of vacuums, that will immediately seize the brush roller and start burning through a belt. Whereas with the Shark, since it has a separate brush roll motor, it'll just simply shut off, or a lot of times it'll just keep going, and it'll just deal with it just fine, compared to breaking a belt. And there's no actual rubber belts, stretch belts to break.
A serpentine belt.
Right, yeah, because it has the serpentine belt. That's the geared belt. So that works a lot better at resisting anything like that. So, and yes, and since it's only in one room of the house, the filtration and all that stuff like doesn't really matter too much. And the filtration's not bad on those machines, especially for considering it's the cheapest Shark. At least the cheapest MSRP Shark, if you don't count like the ones that are on sale.
Like Walmart.
So, yeah, because like at Walmart you can get the lift away for a few bucks cheaper, but as far as like normal street prices, those are about $100, $130, and for that price, there's as long as you don't care about, because the two main things that'll wear out on those old Sharks are the hoses on those legacy Sharks, because the hoses are built very poorly. And I mentioned that because there was someone on r/vacuum cleaners where they were asking about this. They were like, hey, I just bought a Shark NV I just forgot the model number, NV352, which is the Navigator liftaway, the newest version. And they were like, I've had no problems with it, but is there anything I should worry about? And of course, some people respond are like, "Oh, you're gonna throw it away in 6 months." And I'm like, "No, that's wrong. Um, if you take care of the machine, if you keep the filters clean and everything, then the machine will last for quite a few years, no problem." Is it the ideal machine? No, but you already bought it. You can't return it at this point, presumably. And if you're really rough with it, the hoses are gonna split. But other than that, you should be fine with that machine. So, and the good news is that because people get on me for recommending that specific shark, and the reason I do is because it's one of the few sharks that it's been on the market for so long that you actually can find parts for it very easily. Are the parts that you get direct from Shark cost effective? No, because when a replacement cleaner head is 70% the cost of a vacuum at some outlets, that's not, that's obviously incentivizing people to replace the vacuum instead of repairing it, but at least the option is there. Unlike with like a lot of newer Apex units where you can't even access the brush roll or where you can't even access the belts or anything like that because the entire thing is basically welded together other than the dual clean roller, other than the soft rollers on the new ones, which obviously is a problem. And BAPS just signed out, apparently. So, yeah. Okay, and apparently people in the chat are commenting about getting banned from the Dyson subreddit. Yeah, I know a few people who are banned from the Dyson subreddits, but I have yet to be banned from the Dyson subreddit, although I rarely post on there. And look, and I'm the guy who always compliments everything. So if you have to ban me for apparently being mean about a brand, then you know that vacuum is truly garbage. Because I just spent like the last 10 minutes complimenting a shark. So, and yeah, most people would argue that is not worthy of compliment, and that's perfectly fine. Anyways, let's see. Usually vacuums with stiff bristles have good agitation. Yeah, that's usually the stiffer the bristles, they'll have pretty good agitation. Every time I vacuum to the Fury, it's so relaxing. Yeah. For some reason, how many
I can imagine it is.
What?
Oh, I can imagine using the Fury would be relaxing.
Yeah. At least on like a proper Fury, not on mine where the motor's arcing and it sounds kind of scrawny. But
well,
I still like using it. I just don't like listening to it.
Yeah, you could probably fix that with some Scotch-Brite and cleaning the comm.
With some what?
Scotch-Brite cleaning off the commutator.
I already cleaned off the commutator. The issue is I think the carbons are actually burned on it.
Too short?
I don't know. I didn't really look too much into it. I just opened it up and cleaned it out, and I wasn't really all that concerned about it.
Did you take the motor fully apart, or did you just
I stripped the machine down to the motor, but I didn't actually disassemble the motor.
You might need to take the to the commutator and then get some Scotch-Brite and clean off the commutator.
Well, like I said, I still cleaned off the commutator because I did that without, because you don't have to disassemble the motor to get access to the commutator.
I've not seen a Fury or a Phantom motor before, so I guess I won't know 100%.
I took a bunch of pictures of it whenever I stripped it apart, and so I can post that in the chat later on. I posted it in the old server. I don't know if it ever got to the new server, but yeah.
That'd be nice if you were to post something about it.
Yeah. Let's see. My wind tunnel high performance has stiff bristles, but I'm wondering if something like a Sanitaire with a Viper Grouper 1 or 2 will have better agitation. I would assume that a Sanitaire would have better agitation, but I haven't used one of those FNG Sanitaires, but like not in my actual house or anything. I have used them before, but not like, long term, so I can't comment on that too much.
Well,
but, yeah.
If anybody's been on the new Discord server, I have posted a few photos of two of the Eureka FNG machines I bought.
Right. Let's see. I tried my Cibo and Mila, and they are okay, but my Dyson still outperformed them, but I do like them. I don't.
Is that Dylan Prior Cleans?
Yes.
I figured that was.
Let's see. I don't have a Phantom Fury. I have Abyssal Power Force. Oh, wow, that spelling. I have Abyssal Power Force Blagel. I'm assuming that meant bagless.
Yeah.
What's your Vacuum Collectors Alliance Discord? Does someone not post the link?
I'll post it.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna do it, but yeah, I guess if you want to do it real quick.
I
Let's
can do
see.
that.
Have you heard of Corvair Wild? Yes, I have. I used to watch some of his videos on some of the machines he trash picked a while ago. He seems like a crazy dude, but very entertaining to watch. I'm buying a few vacuums in the next few weeks. A DC07, Apex, Bissell Velocity Total Floors, and an MV352 Healthy Home Edition. I own all those machines, so that's cool.
Yeah.
The Velocity Total Floors I just got recently, along with the Whirlwind. So I haven't done videos on those yet, though, because I honestly forgot I even had them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Read the chats. I'm reading the chat. I was just going off on a tangent for a little bit. And maybe
Yeah.
a ball animal too. I finally talked my mom into getting some. She said maybe. Oh, some vacuums? The DC07 will need a clutch, which is guaranteed. Oh, yeah. Any
Oh, yeah.
DC07 at this point will need a clutch. Any clutch model Dyson, unless it's been sitting unused, will need a clutch at this point. Or at least a clutch rebuild, but probably just a whole new clutch. Because those belts that they put on those clutches aren't actually proper serpentine belts. Or at the very least, they're very low quality serpentine belts. I don't know what it is, but they still stretch out. They do take a lot longer to stretch out than a normal stretch belt.
May I mention
But
something you do know
they're-
about this subject?
The what?
On the Dyson clutches, they use normal stretch belts, but because they're in a clutch configuration, they don't wear as fast.
That makes sense.
I have torn apart 2 or 3 of the 07 variety.
Yeah. I have replaced clutches in Dysons, but I have yet to actually like strip apart a clutch and rebuild it. I've always just dropped in a new one, a whole new clutch assembly. So I've never bothered to actually like pull one apart. I may at some point just to look at it and see if I can't just rebuild one. But the last time I looked at clutches, they were like $30 for a whole new assembly, and if they still are, then I'll probably just get new ones. Or
So,
I'd like to find a website
yeah.
where I could like bulk buy clutches. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm assuming Esco doesn't have that, but
Yeah. May I mention something? This is a an Electrolux central vac, and there's normally a foam filter here. The foam filter's still here, but I took another central vac bag and put it over here, so it filters better.
oh, interesting.
Because you cannot put a bag on these machines because of this shroud, because
Right.
the inlet's right here. It's just dumb, but I was able to HEPA flow it in a way. Still bagless, but it's better than before.
Right.
Just been cleaning my basement, but here's another CV.
Right. Another central vac.
Yeah.
Right.
I've got 4 of them.
Right. Let's see. Okay, let me just find.
But I've paid less than $300 for all of them, so
Right.
if you have any in your area used, that'd be a good way to find them. Tracy.
What?
It'd be a good, if you search Facebook or something in your area, you might find a central vac for $100 or so with attachments.
I might, but I mean, I wouldn't have any way to install a central vac in this house, and I'm not, to be honest, I don't really have that much interest. If I had like a garage or something, I think I would still get one just to like basically just put it up in the garage, or like in a basement. But since I don't have either of those, there's no real place a central vac would go that would
Temporary
make sense.
installation.
The what?
Yeah. Maybe I've got mine temporary plumbed until later this summer.
Right.
I'll talk to you later.
All right.
I'm mute.
Okay. So we'll get back to comments. Let's see. Do you have a Bissell Cleanview Helix? I don't, but I will be getting a similar machine soon from Vacuums and Carpet Cleaner Guy. Are you sure? Performance review said sharks last 6 months to a year, and it's from his technician's point of view. Well, yeah. I mean, yes, he is a technician, and he undoubtedly has probably seen more sharks than I have. So I'm not saying that his perspective is wrong. At least if I did say that earlier, I'm being a little bit facetious. What I'm more so saying is that based on my experience, because here's the one thing that I think performance reviews and a lot of other technicians don't really get, that I think that I try my best to understand, is that when someone brings a vacuum into you and it's unless it's for like a tune-up and they've been bringing it in consistently, you have no idea what that vacuum went through. You don't know if it was treated very well and if it just simply failed due to the bad design, or you don't know if it was actually abused. Now, of course, the better you design something, the more resilient it will be towards any sort of faults. So yes, to an extent, any sort of fault is to some degree potential to be due to a bad design, but it's also not always that simple. It's not like every single thing that fails is a bad design. Now, in the case of Shark, in many of the situations where the vacuum fails mechanically, that would in fact be bad design. But what I'm saying is that in most instances, because people always say like, oh, what if you get a lemon that's bad out of the box? Obviously, that's an exception. And whether you paid $100 or $1,000 for a vacuum, if you get a bad one out of the box, obviously that's not going to contribute to the examples of units that have the potential of lasting a decade. Again, regardless of price range. Because again, I have $80 machines that were $80 back in 2000, 2001, 2002 that are still working exactly as good as they did brand new out of the box 20 years later. And, with inflation, those machines are not even $150, like $120, $130 with inflation. So you can't tell me that just because, a vacuum is a certain age or because a vacuum is of a certain price point that it is guaranteed to die after a certain period of time. Now, also, another thing to keep in mind is that when you're talking about your average consumer that doesn't take care of their machine, yes, that is very accurate, but that context is important. When you're talking to someone who's on a vacuum-related forum, chances are they're knowledgeable enough and they've done their research enough to understand how to take care of their machine. Because if they can go on Reddit and find an obscure vacuum group, or if they can go on Discord and find a vacuum collectors group, or whatever the case may be, they obviously are already technically savvy enough to look up a YouTube video on how to clean the filters and clean the brush roll in their vacuum cleaner. So I don't think that would be put on the same level as the person who never washes their filter, who runs the vacuum with a clog, 5 days out of the week, and who overall just rams it into walls and, throws it all over the place. Those are two very different, not at all analogous scenarios for that machine to go through. And I think, and not even I think, but it's just common sense that like one of them is going to fail much sooner than the other one. The idea of them both having the same span of time as far as failure rate, and it being that little amount of time, that's just not feasible. So again, like, there are always lemons, there are always exceptions. You may have a machine, you may have a Shark or a Bissell or a Dyson or a Sebo or anything that could go wrong after a month of usage and straight up just die. And obviously, no one is arguing the fact that those cheaper machines are likely going to be more likely to have a lemon get out into the general public versus a more expensive machine where they put more money into making sure that each individual machine is more thoroughly tested. Not only because they move less units, but also because people are spending a lot more money and they expect a lot more resilience in that example of that product. So I think that's an important distinction to make, is that, yeah, if you beat the crap out of that Shark, that MV352, it's gonna die in 6 months. It might even die in 3 months. You might throw that machine away with torn hoses, clogged up filters, and a dying motor and a busted brush roll bearing in 4 months. And then your neighbor next to you may buy the exact same machine and have been running it, because that machine's been around for a decade at this point, and may have been running an original example from 10 years ago that after 10 years they've only had to replace one hose that tore and one filter that deteriorated after being washed so many times. So those are very different examples, and those are very different parameters that a machine would go through. And it's not just Shark, because I try to make this distinction. If it's a Sebo, because we've seen these people where they spend thousands of dollars on a Miele S7 or U1 or on a Sebo X5, and they run the wrong bag in it, they get crap stuck in the brush roll all the time and never clean it out, the machine gets clogged, they lose everything, whatever the case may be. There's all sorts of examples like that, but I really don't like it whenever I see texts where when $1,000 machine comes in and it's been abused, they say that, oh, it's because the user neglected it. But then when the same exact issues happen on a budget machine and the machine is also dying, they say, oh, it's because the machine was designed poorly.
True.
Because those are two entirely different scenarios. And I don't think I don't think any number of machines that you've repaired or any number of machines that you've serviced or seen or dealt with, whatever the case may be, addresses that specific issue. What it does do is it does show you what things go wrong on machines because you have a vast sample rate to take examples of. It shows you a lot as far as what the weak points are, as far as what the common wear points are, and what parts are going to need replacing on that unit over a span of period of time when you've seen so many units in with so many issues with a certain percentage of them. I think that is definitely something that you definitely learn from a lot of those things.
Yes,
and I can say this too, like on the Bissels, on a lot of these older style Bissels, the pedal releases go bad on them all the time, and they wear out and they break. That is a design flaw with those machines. I like those machines, but objectively speaking, that is a design flaw with the machine. And I think people need to understand how to be honest about that, because when you try to oversimplify a problem with a brand or with a certain machine, then it doesn't do the customer much good. Unless maybe this depends on your philosophy, because if you're the kind of person where you think the ends justify the means, then if doing that gets someone to buy a better machine and that's your end goal, then that works fine. But if you're a person who sweats the small stuff and cares about those details, and actually wants there to be a cohesive image around every machine that you review, then maybe that's not the right way of going about it. So that's just my thing. It's like because a lot of people will. Because obviously I'm good friends with Alex, so it's not like me simply saying that I disagree based off my experience. One thing that he said doesn't mean I hate him, because obviously that would be stupid. But it just means that based off my experience, I disagree, and that's perfectly fine.
That's life. You're going to disagree with people you like.
Yeah, because there's many people out there who fix vacuums, and they're going to have many different experiences. There are people out there who fix vacuums who like Shark and might not like Miele, though that is a possibility. And maybe one example with this, just to say the final thing about Shark, is that I see a lot of these creators who actually use Sharks in commercial environments, and the machines tend to last quite a while. Or at the very least, not like quite a while in terms of like as long as like a SIBO or a Miele would under the same circumstances.
It won't last 20 years. It might last 10 years.
It might last 10, it might last 5, it might last 3. Because like I saw, like there was one person who he had a Shark Apex, and the way that he used it actually showed the very important design flaw with the lower wheels on the base of those dual clean power heads. And that was something that he actually showed. He actually showed very clearly that this is a design flaw with these Shark machines. And a SIBO or a Miele probably wouldn't have those issues.
True, I bet that's accurate.
Right, and this also kind of points to one thing that I said in that thread that I was just talking about, just to circle this back up, is that I mentioned in that thread, I was like, actually, not only have I fixed dozens of these in like the last year, but I've used this machine as a daily driver for a while, and this thing has taken a beating. It's been dropped down the stairs, it's fallen over all sorts of times, and within like what I would expect to be realistic abuse that a vacuum would go through, it handled it just fine and it didn't break. So based on that anecdotal experience, I'm pretty sure that it actually would be built better than the more higher end Sharks, which I think is a problem, because when you spend more money on a machine.
Oh, the 5.2.
Yeah. So the original liftaways, like. Yeah. One thing that's annoying about Shark is that your $100 machine should not be more durable than your $500 machine. That doesn't make any sense. your machine that costs more money, at least unless there's like fringe examples, but like it shouldn't be the case that your budget machines are more durable than your higher end machines, at least as far as
That is
consistent
true.
usage. So that is one thing, because I think that the more money you spend on a vacuum should be an investment, because obviously if you're spending that
Yes.
much, you're expecting the machine to last a long time. And that is one
Oh
thing that
yeah.
I will mention in my upcoming Shark Apex review, because I soon will be doing a review on my original Shark Apex, not the 0M, but the original Apex with the non
Yeah.
0M brush roller. So
When are you going to be doing your? Oh, did you already do a review of your lift away with the 0M?
I did. That was actually one of the. I did that one like over a year ago at this point, I think, because I've
Hmm.
had it for a while. Like right after I got that replacement motor from
Yeah.
Shark, I did the review very
Mhm.
shortly afterwards.
Nice.
So if
Would
you
you
if you
do
look
an
it up, you'll
update
find it.
review?
Yeah, it was just if you look up like
Yeah, I know.
IntelliTech Liftaway 0M, you'll
Mhm.
find it.
I I
ZU560.
think I actually remember watching that video, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
I
entirely
might have
possible.
liked and commented, being honest.
Right.
But yeah, this machine is like from 2014, and the wheels are still good.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't understand why the Apexes have that design flaw.
Right.
And I will call that a design flaw. I know YouTube is watching this.
No, yes, it is. It is a design flaw because lower wheels like that. See, like if the wheel seize up because like the bearings get dried out, like that's one thing. But if the wheels
Yeah.
actually like break and fall apart, that's a whole nother issue.
And if
Especially if Shark will not sell you replacement wheels and or will not cover it under the warranty.
if I
That's
remember correctly, the person you're talking about who uses them for commercial use did say Shark replaced the head a few times,
He
and then the
replaced
whole machine.
the entire base, yes, which that is good. That is definitely good that they did that. I have not had such luck with replacing the base on, although it wasn't my Apex, it was on my
And
powered
it would be an
liftaway.
NP752.
The
Would be
rotator
that.
powered liftaway, the red one.
Yeah.
That one I have
Yep.
not
I have
had luck
I can-
replacing the cleaner head under warranty
And
because
just for disclosure, the model of that is the Shark Rotator Powered Liftaway True Pen.
yes, that exact one. So, anyways, let's get off the
Have
topic
that.
of Shark because I don't want to keep advertising them in this stream.
That's true.
Although, if me bitching about Shark will help me get a free Vertex for review, then Shark, send me a Vertex because I do want to try one of those out. And
Might be able to do it. You want a vertex of a friend and of friends
what'd you say?
on the 20. I might be able to do a review of a friend's vertex.
Oh, that's cool.
Hmm.
But yeah, because I do want to try the Vertex, and I do want to try the new, the Liftaway ADV, the one with that also has the power fins. Because I do want to try out those power fins because it looks interesting. Because there's a part of me that says that looks really cool, but also that does not look like it cleans that well at all because they're just rubber fins.
I actually saw one of those at Walmart, and what I will say about it is the air path is like this. Oh, where's my camera? Like this big
Yeah,
from the barrel to the floor. That is tiny.
yeah, if that's the case, and that is annoying how Shark still has not fixed that very narrow air path because those bases do get clogged very frequently.
Dyson also had that problem with their 41 to Ball Animal 2.
Right. I mean, honest, all those ball Dysons have that issue. Maybe that was Shark's logic. They're like, well, it's cheaper, so if it has the same flaws as the one that costs twice as much, then I guess nobody can bitch, right? Which
Yeah, they
that's
say.
that's not good, but like they got a point.
They
So,
do.
anyways, let's see. Let me. Okay, so I've gotten really far back in the chat. Let's see.
Yeah.
Apex, aka an expensive flashlight. Yeah, I remember when that was
Oh, I
when
agree
that was
with
doing
that
that. Let's see. I just need
You
to
know,
find a Mila, Kirby, or Zero for reasonable price. I just got back from Goodwill, and they had a really old Kirby. I forgot what it was called. I'll post a picture in the chat at some point. But it was they wanted
was it
$60 for it with all the attachments and like all the stuff that it came with, basically. Like a
what
whole,
color was it?
it was like a brownish copperish, like a really dark copper, like brown. And it was
So it was a dual Sanatronic variety.
Possibly. I don't know. I don't know much about Kirby's. I'll post the picture and y'all will know what I'm talking about. But yeah, let's see.
I'm surprised I'm the only other filter here.
Yeah. Javis Psych 1262. For some reason, I got banned from the Vacuum Cleaner Alliance even though we haven't done anything. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Who's talking about that?
Javis Psych 1262. Oh. Someone just dropped something.
Interesting.
What'd you drop on your towel?
With our new, something I will mention, with our new server, we have to be very careful with what we do and say on certain topics.
Grapefruit juice.
I know Tracy is a moderator, but I don't think he has any control of who gets banned or not.
I mean, I can ban people, but I can't, even though I say it's like, hey, I know this person, sometimes they'll end up getting banned anyway because I didn't, just for whatever reason, because apparently being a mod doesn't actually matter. But
well, you have to be careful on what you say, Tracy.
I'm not
and what you do.
I'm not saying anything bad though.
We'll have to go to bed at a certain time, a little early tonight, because you have to take me to work in the morning.
Well, it's already 11 o'clock.
So we just have to be up. We have to leave here like 10:20.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, so like 11 hours from now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we go to bed like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, let's get back to the chat.
Ooh, a question I have for you, Tracy. What is your favorite Bissell?
Bissell Powerglide Platinum.
Nice.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Bissells can be good machines.
They
you just have to know how to treat them.
Right. And again, with some exceptions.
Yes.
The main thing being, that pedal release, which on those wide path Bissell, on those older wide path Bissells, they do last longer than the square base Bissells, but they still can fail over time. Although my Powerglide Platinum, actually, almost all the Bissells I have still have good pedals on them. So that is like they can last a while, but they are kind of random. Even if you do treat your vacuum nicely, they can still sometimes connect.
True.
So,
you have
so
to
that's
be
why I
careful
still
on
call
how
it a
you
design
treat them.
flaw, because it's not the kind of thing where being nice to it 100% prevents it. But generally speaking, you'll be okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And Bissells parts are cheap enough.
Right. Parts are cheap. They're easy to find. Bissells are common enough to where even if you need like a specific like big part from an older vacuum, you'll probably find another one that you can use as a donor machine because they're so ubiquitous.
True.
So.
And Bissell still manufactures most of all of the original Power Force bodies.
Right.
Are still in production.
Oh yeah, because I use one as my daily. But yeah. So even that, if you really wanted to if you didn't care about the color and you just want to get something that fit, you could just buy a new machine and rip the parts off of it if you really wanted to. I don't know if you can buy all the parts for it that I haven't looked into recently.
I bet you can if you're a dealer.
Perhaps, yeah. If I do ever am able to, or I shouldn't say if, when I open up my own shop, one of the first companies I'll try to deal with will be Bissell, and I think I shouldn't have I should have an easy time getting approved, considering that I've always been very positive about Bissell despite them being a budget brand. So I think that's
well, you've been working on Bissells 15 years.
No, yeah, the first Bissell I ever worked on, or the first vacuum I ever worked on, I should say, was a Bissell, and many of the original ones, because in my area, Bissell was easily the most common brand by a landslide. So I've worked on Dysons, I worked on a good few hundred, Hoovers, again, a few hundred, something like that over the years. Eureka, a little bit less. Bissells I've worked on easily a few thousand at this point. Maybe not a few thousand, but well over 1,000 at this point. And considering that I don't live in that big of a city, I would say that's, that speaks for how many of those I've worked on over the years. Because there's so many that, because, if I am counting the ones where it's like they were only in front of me for 10 minutes, filter, belt, go on, then yeah, you're looking at well over 1,000 at that point. So easily vacuum I have the most experience with. So
any Bissell, I can tell.
Yeah.
With how many videos you've done with Bissell?
Right. I mean, yeah, because because if you look at my old collection, like from like 2 years ago, it was like mostly Bissell. So
It was
yeah,
pretty much all Bissell.
pretty much all Bissell, other than like a Phantom and a Dyson and a Hoover once in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's see.
My collection since 2019 has consisted of a Mila and a bunch of other random.
Right. Okay.
Like,
Let's get back to the chat now. Let's see. Says my Fury sounds like yours. 12 amp orange on lime green sounds enjoyable. Fury had 2 motors replaced since it belonged to Nick Long. Oh, you bought Nick Long's old Fury. That's interesting. How long do sharks last in your opinion and experience? That's hard to say because again, it really depends. It depends on the model. Depends on how long they've been there, how long they've taken care of. So it's hard for me to say like it will last 5 years. It will last 2 years. Like it's hard for me to say that.
Something I will mention, the machine I've had the longest in my collection is a Dyson DC-16 for over 10, almost 12 years.
Interesting. Yeah, the longest machine that I've had in my collection is my Bissell Power Force 3522-5. I've had that one since like mid 2008. And,
Wow.
And it was manufactured in 2005 as well, so I've had it for much more of its life than the previous owner did. Was my daily for a while, was the only vacuum that I took with me whenever I moved here to Illinois, which I deeply regret because I had an 11 amp Phantom domestic that I did not take with me. I sold that. I should not have done that, but it happens. So that is the one that's been in my collection the longest. In terms of like an actual machine, not like, oh, I've had this model, but like the exact one. That's the one that I've had the longest. Someone asked about a Cleanview Helix. I'll be getting one of those soon. Let's see. The new Eurekas are not good at all. I purchased a Eureka Airspeed Turbo Pet. I thought it was good. It was complete trash. I have not tried one of the newest Eurekas, the ones that were made by Medea, but I have tried like the last gen Airspeeds. Did they still use the Airspeed name? They might, but as far as like the last of the older style Airspeeds, because I did the review on the Airspeed 1. I have the Airspeed Exact Pet that belongs to my landlord, and I have the Airspeed Unlimited Rewind Pet, and both those I'll be doing reviews on at some point, and those are the newest Eurekas I have. At some point I do want to try out the Eureka Power Speed Turbo Spotlight, specifically because it has the LED headlights on the front. Otherwise, I would not care about it at all. But just because it's one of the few vacuums you can get nowadays in the budget range that still has headlights, that's the only reason why I really want to try one out. So I'd like to try one of those at some point. But I just haven't gotten around to it yet because it's not very high on my priority list because they're obviously not all that popular, so I'm not really bothering too much. So, but I will try it out at some point, but realistically by the time I try it, Eureka might be gone from the industry, who knows. But hopefully not, because competition is always good, even if it's a brand that's not as common anymore as it used to be. Because Eureka's like from Walmart and Target and all the usual stores that Eureka's are at, they're gone. You can find them in a Home Depot, and obviously you can find them like on Amazon and stuff, but that's about it. I can't think of many other places that actually sell Eurekas. And I can't really think of any modern Eureka dealers nowadays, but I'm sure they exist. Let's see.
My best guess for Eureka would be Amazon.
Right, yeah. I mean, obviously I'll be able to find one there because, I've had the Turbo Spotlight in my wish list for a while, like my Amazon wish list of all the machines I want to review that are new. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay, I fell back in the chat. I missed out on getting a Sanitaire S661 yesterday. Oh, that's not good. Let's see. Have you heard of 850 Turbo Volvo? Yes. They did a bunch of other videos, but they also broke a couple vacuums. DC07 is a family vacuum. Yep.
For me, Tracy, I think I just got a Eureka Sanitaire, one of the commercial, except it's branded like a commercial brand.
Right. Let's see.
And then I got another Eureka, but it's a very rare F&G machine. I know Alex hasn't even seen any with the top that it has.
That's saying something, because Alex has seen a lot of machines.
He's been in industry over 20 years.
Right.
Working 18, I think, at a back shop.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I keep thinking he's been in the industry for like 16, 17 years, but I keep forgetting that's like at certain types of stores. But he's been doing it for a lot longer. I would imagine he's been doing it since, I don't remember if he said he was doing it as long as I have, as far as like from the same age, but probably
he's been doing it
similar.
since he was like 18. So it was like a high school or
oh yeah,
something.
It was like a high school
whatchamacallit.
I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to put words in his mouth or end up bringing up anything that's like too personal. But yeah,
he
yeah,
said that
in that sense, I have him beat because 5 is a much lower number than 18. But it's not a competition.
With a broom when I was 1 year old.
Oh,
I learned how to walk with a broom, so I've been longer than a lot of people.
Right. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to the chat.
Yeah.
That's a laugh. Don't get people. Diesel Power Track Compact. You should try the Shark Rocket Dual Clean 0M stick vac. I don't like those corded stick vacs. I see no reason to even try those. I think those are ridiculous.
Tracy, I have a question. Have you had a DC-25?
No, actually, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah. So I've never seen I've seen a DC-25 in person, but I've never owned one. I've never worked on one. No one's ever brought one in for me to fix. I've never bought one. It's one of those machines that's always been in the back of my head because it is one I want to add to the collection. But I see them all over the place. So partially because you see them all over the place, I've just never been in a hurry to get one.
Well, they manufacture them from like 2007 or 8 till 2016.
They manufacture them from like 2008 or 9 until like 2014, I think, is when they got axed. Yeah, 2014. Yeah, because they introduced the new units, the new like 41s, 41 and 40 to replace it in 2012, but you could still find old stock in like Costco and stuff like that, and like new old stock until like 2014. So is from what I understand, and also occasionally on like Dyson's refurbished outlet. But yeah, so by 2015 they were completely gone. So the 24s lasted a little bit longer, and I have worked on a bunch of 24s, and I've owned a bunch of 24s, but not 25s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. My aunt had. Oh, let's see. Where did I just completely got lost in the chat.
This was made in 4 of own. Sorry. And one of these for $30, which is going to be sold, and one that I got for free that I gave to a friend.
If you ever get a blueprint one of those, or just a blue one, let me know, because I'd like to find one of those, especially the blueprints. I still see blueprints once in a while, but every single blueprint I find, they're always ever 24s, they're never 25s, and they're always
trashed.
And they're always they're always from people who don't want to ship it. Like, and they'll have shipping on the listing, and I'll be like, hey, is this still available? And they're like, pick up only, and I'm like, thank you for wasting my time. So,
I would ship to the U.S. only.
Well, yeah, but like I'm in the U.S., so that
wouldn't
matter.
Tracy,
but I mean, like where they say you can only pick it up locally when they go out of their way to set up their listing to show shipping, which to me is just like, I can understand if you do it like once on accident, but so many people do it that it's like I can't possibly fathom that it's an accident that everyone's doing. And besides, if you have to tell me pick up only, then you should have already edited the listing to remove the shipping option. But it's pretty obvious why they do it. They do it because they want people, they want like someone who's like not too far away to
clickbait.
Yeah, kinda. They want people to like who's not too far away to click on it, and they say, oh, it's pick up only. Well, I really want it, so I guess I'll go pick it up. which obviously that doesn't work because they've been listed forever. Anyways, my favorite is the green kind, but they were sold out of the green kind, so I had to steal the blue kind. Oh, the sanitaire? Let's see. Dyson is the best at new bangless vacuums, and Dirt Devil is the absolute worst. I agree on the second one, not so much on the first one. Kirby is the best at deep cleaning carpets, and maybe sanitaire as well. They're up there. What?
Oh, did you see what Alex has said about his G3 that was fully refurbed?
What about it? I think I might have missed that.
He did. It actually didn't perform really very good.
That doesn't surprise me.
It doesn't surprise.
I've never been a fan of Kirby's.
Neither have I with their performance. They have like 30 inches of suction.
It's just really, I don't even care about that. I mean, nobody cares about that. I'm just saying, it's like, I don't understand how like they managed to, like, I don't know how much I can support a vacuum cleaner that's sold via multi-level marketing scheme. So it's just, I don't know how much I can really support that. The door-to-door stuff is just, I just don't like that. I see no reason for that to exist by modern standards, and it shouldn't have existed in the first place.
Yeah,
even though it definitely was successful, because people still talk about it as if it's a serious brand when it's not.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, Dirt Devil used to be really good, but like most brands, they went way downhill. Yeah, I agree with that, because Dirt Devil did used to make decent quality machines, but just all the newer Dirt Devils are just really bad, and there's not a single modern Dirt Devil that I've tried so far that I actually think is worth anything. Because there's every Dirt Devil that I've seen so far, I do still want to try the flagship Dirt Devil that's out right now, which I think is the Razor XL, I think it's called, and but I'm not really. My hopes for that aren't that high, but it'll still be interesting to see nonetheless. It clearly looks like Dirt Devil's take on Shark, but yeah, so we'll see how that works out. But yeah, let's see. My grandma just got rid of her.
Oh, sorry.
Knocked some over, it looks like.
Yeah, I did. I'm moving a few things in my basement.
Yeah, my grandma just got rid of her crappy Dirt Devil and replaced it with a Bissell Multi-Clean that she likes much more. Yeah, that's part of the Bissell's kind of newer lineup, which I haven't tried any of those newer ones yet. But I've seen them pop up. Like I see them at Home Depot a lot. I see them on Amazon sometimes. They definitely look like interesting machines, and I'll be interested to try out one of those newer
Tracy,
Bissells.
I remember you the new style Bissell Power Force, or not Power Force, the new pet hair eraser. But what is your opinion based on how it looks?
Like how I think it looks. I think it looks really ugly. If I'm being honest. I don't, because again, I like Bissell, but like that machine, it just looks really awkward. But I don't want to say too much negative about it, because I do still want to try it, and maybe it'll be a lot nicer to use. There are definitely some machines that look awkward but are nice to use.
True.
So, I want to reserve a little bit of judgment, but I will say that I don't like the way it looks. Like, just the styling of it, the way it's put together, it just doesn't look like something that's,
good.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to say that. It just doesn't look like my kind of thing. It doesn't look like something that I would enjoy. So.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
That is bit for you these days.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing, because it's like some of their other machines, like even their more budget machines, like they look fine. Like they look like decent machines. Like, I mean, and I don't mean like quality. I mean like the design, like the way that they look. When you see it on the picture and you think, oh, that's a decent looking vacuum. That looks like it's built well. That looks like it's going to be a good vacuum. But yeah, so
a normal good looking vacuum, not a yikes. What is this?
Yeah, not like ew. What is? Why would I want that? Yeah. So, and there's a lot of vacuums out there that just look wacky as hell, and it's just kind of like some people wonder, it's like, how many lines of coke did the designers snort in order to come up with this thing? But
I would guess 5.
I'd guess more like 50. But yeah, let's
for
see.
that pet hair eraser.
Maybe. Let's see, Quantum X vacuum. See, I actually reached out to Quantum
Oh.
X because I wanted to try it out and do a review on it. But they insisted on like me giving them like all my social media profiles, and I'm like, why? I mean, I understand why, because they want like Instagram influencers and stuff to check out the vacuum, but it's like I don't care about that. It's like I don't my Instagram and my Twitter is mostly private. Like it's not like private, but I don't promote it cuz like it's not tied to the channel. It's not I'm not a
Yeah.
social media person. I mean, I guess YouTube in a way is social media, but
Well, you're an
I
influencer
don't.
on YouTube, but that's about it.
Well, yeah, like cuz like I don't my Twitter is not Ruby, shut up. Like my Twitter is not like a, even though it's me on Twitter, it's not like, oh hey, this is my Twitter for the channel. It's just my Twitter. So
Yeah, like
my number of followers would be irrelevant. It's like I want to see if your vacuum works, not if you want to judge my social media.
yeah,
And it's just weird. Like, but and I'll still respond at some point to that message, and I'll probably just be like, hey,
Ruby.
I'm just a tech who wants to check it out, and worst they can do is say no. But that's the reason why I haven't actually responded to that.
yeah,
Because it wasn't even like an actual person. It was just like a bot that said like, hey, just fill out this information, and I'm like, okay. So that just kind of threw me off guard a little bit because I'm not really used to that. But I figured it'd be something wacky. But yeah, but
yeah,
I do still want to try out the Quantum X because it looks interesting. I have a couple friends who just bought them recently.
yeah. My
So they
opinion
look
of the
interesting.
quantum canister is they bought. If you, I looked at a Facebook listing recently and noticed that they bought a EBK 340 from Wesselwork and had them put a different hood on it.
Cool. Let's see. So,
I know they're upright. I think they made everything in house for that machine.
all right, and that's what I was referring to. I was the one to checking out the Quantum Upright, just because they're like, oh, it cleans so much better. It uses the water filtration. I'm like, wow, that's never been done before. But I will say, I don't recall seeing a machine that uses the water filtration in a compact upright. So that definitely is something that I'd be interested in trying out, because obviously I'm not a big fan of rainbows because, well, they're fundamentally canisters. But I was really interested in trying out that Quantum, and if I can't get one, then, you know, everyone's just like, just go find a used one on eBay and just get that instead. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe. But, because I'm definitely not paying MSRP to review one of those, unless someone wants to super chat the price of a Quantum so I can check out. If someone I forgot how much they even are MSRP, but if someone sends a super chat of like whatever the price a Quantum is right now, I will surely get one and do a review and give you a shout out as well for it. But otherwise, I don't think I'm going to be buying a new Quantum. Anyways, let's see. I had the original NV22 and loved it. My aunt had the original Navigator and she hated it. Well, there's two sides of the same coin. People just buy a Shark vacuum and not buy a $600 Dyson. I got a $9 Dirt Devil Breeze bag at the thrift store. Interesting. You meant the Shark rotator vacuum with a 0M and has a high velocity suction. Dyson's better than Shark. Shark customer service is non-existent. Dyson has great customer service. I do think Dyson has better customer service than Shark, at least based on my experience. And it makes sense because they've been around for much longer. So, it checks out. Dirt Devil Bag Breeze has a brush roll problem and clogged by the motor. I know by Kirby vacuums used to have one. Used to read the owner's manual on how to maintain the bag system. Every time I change the belt when there's a green light on the nozzle. Dirt Devil and Eureka are hot garbage now, and Hoover is starting to get to that point. I disagree when it comes to Hoover. I think Hoover's actually made some pretty solid improvements overall. A lot of the parts qualities have gotten better. Just overall, it seems like they're kind of taking care of it a little bit better. I don't like the idea of one company owning multiple brands in the same industry. I'm strongly against that. But at the same time, as long as they're not doing anything anything monopolistic, and they're actually keeping the brands, as far as somewhat keeping the identities with the brands, and not turning it into like the big conglomerate and then three smaller companies, which it appears that they're not actually trying to do. So, so far, I mean, I don't really have too many problems with TTI. What?
Are you ready to get demonetized?
Nope.
Well, too late. It already happened. Sorry.
When did it happen?
Like 30 seconds ago. Sorry.
Okay.
By the way, you didn't link the stream in the server. I just want to point that out.
I'm an idiot. Okay, let me just do that real quick.
Yes, you are.
I know. Where the frick is the... Yeah, whatever. Let me just grab my phone real quick and do it. Share, copy link.
Too late, I already posted
Discord.
it. Sorry.
I'm gonna post it again.
Oh,
There you go.
I'm gonna delete yours. Sorry.
No, you're not. Don't delete mine. I am a mod. You shall trust my judgment.
Yeah, well, I'm the owner. Sorry.
You're supposed to be the owner. Anyways,
I'm gonna look at chat right now. Steal your Q&A.
Which is what? No, you're not gonna steal my Q&A. I'm so far back in the chat because like.
Yes, you are. This person says Kirby's are good, but not worth $2,000. Yeah, I would agree. They're not even worth $100.
No, in fact, there's a Kirby, which I'll post the pictures of it later. There's a Kirby in my local Goodwill for $60 with everything with it. It was in good condition. Did I buy it? Nope.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Nope. I will gladly pay. Actually, not even that. I was gonna say gladly pay $20 for a Kirby. That's not even true. I've been given Kirby's for free, and I never kept any of them because I didn't like them.
Yeah,
I do want to get.
As somebody that used one for a number of years, no. It's a machine that I've solemnly vowed to never again. I'm never gonna own one.
Yeah, the PTSD is certainly worn its way on you for sure.
Oh no, it's not even that. It's just I'm tired of all the bullshit that comes with. They're one of those. Owning one of those is kind of like owning. It's kind of like owning a Volkswagen, a diesel one, where yeah, you think it's good at first, but then you realize there's a lot of bullshit upkeep to it.
Right.
And after a while, you just say fuck it and sell it on to somebody else.
Yeah, that's pretty much me with Kirby's.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to own a Kirby, I think maybe I'd be fine with like a Heritage 2 or something, but I don't really care at the end of the day. Like there's a million other machines I'd rather get long before a Kirby. I mean, and you can obviously tell it's not on the bounties list.
Hold on.
But yeah. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, Rick Hoover. Hoover's been getting better in quality and starting to make more bag machines. Yes, that is true. I still need to get a Tempo at some point. One of the new ones. Nothing beats Kirby deep cleaning. That's a lie. It's been added to sell my old dirt vacuum cleaner. My mom used to have viewers, except for any other bags. Save your money. I have the Eureka Airspeed Turbo Pet with the LED. It's bad. I don't recommend it. Oh no. Well, I mean, I meant for review purposes. Not. I don't think I would actually keep it, unless it really is like something worth keeping. But you know, if I get a vacuum for review and I don't like it, I will give it away or sell it on, or you know, get rid of it in some fashion. So you know, I don't keep every single vacuum that I get, because if I did, I would probably have 3 houses full of vacuums, and I say that even though I wouldn't, because I wouldn't have 3 houses. So yeah, but yeah. So let's see. I used to have a Kirby Diamond Edition, but I know how to use the foot pedal release and know how to use Tech Drive, and I read the owner's manual. Yeah, my local one of my local thrift stores has a Diamond Edition, which is in really good shape, but still it's a Diamond Edition, and it's a thrift store, and they have it tagged to $200, and it's been there for a really long time for very obvious reasons. There's also a Kirby Generation 2 that's next to it for $10, and I didn't buy that either because I couldn't even pick it up, honest to God.
This person said, okay, what the hell is this?
No, I'm not that far ahead. Hold on.
Oh no, I'm scrolling back. I'm saying,
okay.
Yeah, this person says Dyson is better than Shark. Shark's customer service is non-existent, and Dyson has great customer service.
Yeah.
No. Here's the thing.
No to what part of that? Or just all of it?
both. Because here's the thing. First of all, you can at the very least get some aftermarket parts for shark machines, and even if you have something like a board go bad, it's at least one of those things that you can reverse engineer it and probably have a third party company make their own drop-in replacements. Dyson's Dyson is horrible, and I have heard so many stories from guys that have either owned machines and have had to get them RMA'd, or from people that used to work in warranty centers. They are horrible at
Dyson warranty
customer
centers?
service. Huh? What's up?
You're talking about Dyson warranty centers?
Yes.
Huh.
I've heard that they were horrible. Terrible, terrible shit. And it's one of those things where, no, we're going to have to heavily disagree with that.
That's fine. See, my only real, like, actual customer experience with Dyson was just, like, at least the most recent experience was whenever I got my Dyson light bulb, my Dyson light bulb Origin, and the handle on it was bent and scratched up because every other part of the machine was because this was a refurbished one, so like a direct from Dyson refurbished one. So obviously
Yep.
it wasn't brand new, but everything else on it was brand new, like, and looked brand new, no scratches. Clearly was actually a brand new part, and except the handle was like not the handle, the wand had some scratches on it, and it seemed like it was bent. So I called Dyson. I was like, "Hey, it's having issues actually going back into the handle properly," and so I told them that, and they were like, "Oh, we'll send you a new one," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Really?" And they're like, "Yeah, send you a new one."
Well,
It was there
well,
like the
that's
next
what I've
week,
heard.
and it
Yeah,
was
and
a
that's what I've
brand
heard.
new one, and yeah, that was that.
That's what I've heard. That's some of the experiences I've heard of people with shark support, where they'll say, "Hey, this broke," and if it's like a current machine, they'll say, "Oh yeah, sure, yeah,
No,
sure,
yeah.
we'll send this over," or "Here, you can buy it off our website."
No, yeah, like, because when it comes to, because my thing with what I've learned with Shark is that they will, if your motor goes bad in your Shark, like the actual suction motor, they'll pretty much, they'll send you a replacement, pretty much no questions asked. But if it's anything else that you want replaced under warranty, you gotta pull teeth. You really gotta pull
And
teeth. And because my Shark, my Navigator 0M, my Liftaway 0M, my ZU560, suction motor was bad whenever I got it. It was like, a trash find. But the brush roll motor was fine. So I called Shark and I was like, "Hey, how much would it be for me to get a new motor for this?" And they're like, "Oh, you just you registered this just now, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, it's under warranty. We'll send you one." And I'm like, "But this is
I love
and I was even like, this is a used vacuum. I'm not the original owner. Like, we don't care. Well, they didn't say it like that, but they're like, no, because you were the first person to register that machine with that serial number. Your warranty has just now started, and the motor is covered under the warranty. So
Oh,
here you
that's
go."
cool as shit.
Didn't take my card info or anything. Just sent me the part. And you can find the videos on my YouTube. Like, it's a mystery unboxing from Shark, and you can see it where they horribly and painfully misspelled my name. But hey, if you misspell my name, but in exchange give me a free motor for a vacuum, I guess I can't complain too much, considering I've been trashing them for so long, and still do, because they still have a lot of problems. And but hey,
Yep.
I mean, you can't get mad at that. Like, that's at least one good thing about them that I've
Actually,
liked, is that
Yeah,
if your
you know,
motor
you
goes bad,
mentioned
they'll send you a new
trashing
motor.
you mentioned trashing machines. I actually trashed a DC-33 recently. Oh,
Oh,
there goes Alex.
there goes
He joined
Alex.
for 5 seconds.
Apparently, the DC-33 drove him away, which is understandable because that
Yeah,
drives a lot of
it
people
nearly
away.
drove me away too. That's
Oh
why
yeah,
I
me
just
too. I
threw it
hate
out with the
because
garbage.
I'm about as close as you could be in my position to being a Dyson fanboy, and the 33 is an awful machine, and
Yeah.
it is truly awful. If you're to pick a 33 over a 14 or a 7, and some people would even say just
I
don't take
mean,
any of them, which is entirely understandable given the problems.
yeah,
So
it's the only one. It's one of those machines that it's the only Dyson I've ever owned, and it will continue to be the only Dyson I've ever owned because it was utterly terrible.
I will say that the 33 is like, as far as a first impression for Dyson, the 33 is a very bad first impression. I think
Well, it was a
an
fucking
07 or a
thrift store
14
find.
would be
That's the
a
thing.
much better first impression.
It's one of those things that I just grabbed it at a thrift store out of sure winging it, just like, what the fuck?
Just sheer curiosity.
Yeah, because it's literally one of like 5 times. See, that's the thing. I can count the amount of times I've seen those machines at a store on one hand. And this was probably the only one that wasn't overpriced to shit. I see you run off for a moment, Chance.
I was grabbing a Mountain Lightning. Give me a break. How much did you pay for that? 33.
It's like 30, 40 bucks. It sure as fuck wasn't retail for
$33 for a 33.
And it lasted like, 2 years, and it went right in the fucking garbage.
Did it break or did you get sick of it?
No, I just got sick of it.
Yeah.
Fucking scrapper can go grab that piece of shit.
The only reason I still have my 33 is because it's one of the first versions of the 33 back when Dyson knew how to make an actual proper plug instead of that stupid round thing with a separate clip they have now, which sounds like such a stupid, like, trivial little thing, but it's the only reason I haven't gotten rid of it, because I'm like, if I get rid of it, I'm not going to find one of, like, the earliest 2010 33s. So,
just cut the cord off it and put it on another machine.
Well, you don't have to cut the cord off because Dysons are really easy to swap the cord off. Jesus Christ. Because, bless you. So, because Dysons are really easy to swap the cords on. So I could just take the cord out and put it on another one. But I don't have another 33 because the other one I got was torn to shit. And so there was no reason to keep that one. And I will say I don't like the yellow on the Cyclone. I like the blue that was on the later one, but I didn't even bother to swap it when I had a blue one recently, just because I didn't really care enough. By that time, I was just like, I don't care. So
on the top of Starbucks chat logo right now, it says, my neighbor had 2 sharks and both are on the curb in 6 months, and they had water in the filters and bin. Well, tell that bitch to get her plumbing fixed. That's not supposed to happen. Another person says some Quantum X vacuum cleaners.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that.
And no, those are not worth money.
Oh,
they're not.
I never assumed they were. That's why I haven't. Because I said, I'm like, look, I'm never buying a Quantum X. But I said, look, if someone wants to super chat the amount that a Quantum X goes for, I will buy one for review. Otherwise, if they're not going to send one to me and I can't find one for dirt cheap on eBay, like, I mean dirt cheap on eBay, I'm talking like $30, then I don't care, and I'm never gonna bother. Because I do really want to check one out, but it's not like a burning, it's not a curiosity that's so burning that I'm like, I'm gonna drop this much money on it, because that's just not good. I would much rather spend that money on machines that I actually want, or on something more important like bills or Mountain Dew.
This person said, the same person had the watery shark, the fish tank machines.
I still can't find the comment on the watery shark. I'm close.
You have to scroll really far back.
I must have.
Really far forward.
Yeah.
It depends on where you're at in chat. Yeah, this person also says Dirt Devil and Eureka are hot garbage now, and Hoover's turning it to that point.
I just responded to that comment.
Dirt Devil, they've always been the cheap shit company.
Right, but they are still worse than they used to be, substantially. Same thing with Eureka.
No, I would argue that they're in a better spot than they were like 10 years ago.
I would strongly disagree with that, given the quality of the crap that they make now.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, their machines have never been fucking $600 take us to a shop whenever it breaks down machine. They're always the
but there's
$40
also
to $200. If it breaks, you just throw it in the fucking garbage and go to Walmart and buy a new one.
Right, I understand that, but it's like if you are going to buy a vacuum to throw it away, you'd be much better off with. I mean, obviously. At that price point, Eureka and Bissell would be the only other 2 options, and both of those would be much better options.
Fucking garbage.
But they're better than the Dirt Devil.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
You just said yeah, so you just proved my point.
Here's the thing. What I would say, a machine that's better than all 3 of those brands, and this might seem a little bit sacrilegious, but just get a fucking Black & Decker, one of those. One of the
air
swivelly
swivels?
ones. Yeah, just get one of those. Yeah,
God.
Just get it. You can get it. It's like literally, I'll fucking drop it. when this stream goes off the air, I'll drop a link to that in the comments.
No, I've used those before. I've gotten those machines before. They're awful. If you look, cause look,
I know
if
they're
you're gonna buy
awful,
one of
but
those machines, at least get because like Bissell is the only one that's offering a bagged machine in that price range. So at least go with that. I mean, for the love of God,
here's
at
the
least
thing:
go with that.
it's one of those things that for $80, I'd rather have a shitty machine that looks a little bit weird and that can act, and that okay, I could probably get a couple of years out of it, then get some shitty newer Eureka or some crap like that it's probably gonna be dead within 7 months.
Well, that's also kind of the point that I was talking about earlier. Was that it's any of us realistically, like if we actually wanted to, like
I've
if
actually
crunch
used
if crunch time came to it and we only realistically only had, because obviously COVID times, and for whatever reason we only had 50, 60, however many dollars to spend on a vacuum, even though I know that's not ideal. Any of us or most of the people in the chat right now can make those machines last a long time. Not as
Absolutely.
last as a machine that costs more, obviously,
Yeah,
but it is possible.
it's one of
I
those.
have done it
I know.
before, and
It's just one of those things where it's like
I
it's
understand why
like
people don't do that because their logic is,
oh no, I
well,
mean in the sense of I'm still on the whole like Black and Decker thing where it's
oh, okay.
like it's like I get that it's like they aren't the best machines in the world, but it's like for $80 or for less than 75,
Are they that much?
they're all right. Yeah, just I'll send you the Amazon link through
Oh
Discord.
God,
But yeah, it's
that
like
exact
there's
machine used to be like $40, and like they doubled the price randomly for no
well,
reason.
yeah, that's the thing. They had to boost the price on it because of COVID and shit. The price went up on a lot of these machines that are mostly made in China now.
Yeah, but like the Bissells that I just mentioned, they went up by like $10, not twice
Hmm.
the price. That Power Force that was the Power Force
Well, you
bag
can
that was
often
$45 is now $55. It's
well, I
not
want to point this
$90.
out. These machines are more often than not, they more often than not get sold at what I call ORIC pricing, where sometimes you can get them on like heavy discount.
Roll
So I've
back.
seen these go as low as like $40 for like an Amazon renewed one.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's like it's like, and I've used the big version of this too, a machine that I kind of should have kept in hindsight, but I know a source on one, so I'll just buy another one. But it's like
Right.
for cheap shit, it's like it's better than for cheap shit and for bagless cheap shit, it's better than a lot of the stuff out there. It's
Yeah, I
one of
can
those
see
things
that.
where it's not an ideal
Well,
solution,
here's the thing, cause
but
my thing
it's
is
better than some of the other shit.
when you're getting to the $80 range or something like that, like TTI will give you a lot better of a lot more tolerable of a bagless machine than what Bissell, Dirt Devil, or Eureka are
Mm,
pumping out. And I still sometimes recommend the Bissells only because if you value it being a lighter weight
only because
over
they
the
get you a lot of
filtration,
views on YouTube.
well, that would be irrelevant as far as whether or not I
I
recommend a
know,
machine after I've done
I
the
know, just
review. I
fucking
know you're
with
just
you.
dicking with me, but I'm just stating in case some people don't get the sarcasm of that.
Yeah,
But yeah, so like
yeah.
that's the only real thing. Or it's like because one the two machines that a lot of times recommend to people are that new Tempo and the Powerlifter that I just dropped the review on for the same reasons because the
Smells like
Hoover's going to be
China.
built. What?
Said, smells like China.
Well, yeah, but
Actually,
not
no,
as
I
bad
shouldn't
as
talk
no. The
shit because
smells like China.
I'm pretty sure the one you just said, I'm pretty sure they're starting to make those in the U.S. now, or at least they were for a time.
The Hoovers.
They had, yeah, they started doing what DeWalt does now with their tools, where they put them together in the U.S. and then slap a "Made in U.S." but with global components sticker on it, so they don't get fined to
It's
shit by the
yeah.
FTC.
It's assembled in the USA with globally outsourced components.
Globally outsourced labor. You love to see it.
Yeah. See,
No,
that's
you
great
don't.
because the people who want the slave labor in the other countries and the people who want the made in America pride, you make everyone happy.
Listen, as long as I get one of those Chinese factory slaves in the box, put it together for
No,
me.
you got to
I'm
go on
good.
Wayfair for that.
God damn it.
Anyways,
you motherfucker.
that's a good note to get back. That's a good note to get back to the chat. Anyways, let's see. They're overcomplicated as hell and very cheaply made. I think is he referring to Dyson? Perhaps nowadays.
pretty sure.
Nowadays, I would see somehow with all the new ball machines, Dyson still managed to keep because the actual build materials are still good. Like those machines are, as far as
I just realized
breaking
you should tell me
holes in
those
them, is
mics
pretty
needed.
rugged. But they still can't manage to get it right to where when you use the ball and you turn it with your wrist, the entire machine bends down the spine, and it feels like it's gonna fall apart. And it's just I don't know how they still haven't fixed that yet, because the 40 and the 41 have been on the market for 8-9 years now, and they still haven't fixed it. I know why, because they don't care, because they're moving on to cordless, but it's just
Exactly.
ridiculous.
Because ain't nobody got time for that shit.
Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. But yeah, so the chat is scrolling when I'm trying to read the comments. Let's see. You really... Oh, wow. This just, jumped right up. Apparently, Alex jumped into the chat at some point. I missed it. Let's see. T-Time's getting a lot better right now. When I used to come home from school, my family saw a flyer for free Kirby vacuum demonstrations. Thought my parents wanted to buy me a Kirby, but the Kirby salesman came to my home.
No, I remember hearing there was a huge scam about those in my area, 10 years ago, where
Illuminati did a good video on those, on how a lot of shit that's happened with those Kirby dealers, with the door-to-door Kirby salesman.
I really should do a video at some point on that, because it's one of those things that it's I could give a perspective. I could probably give another perspective on it, because I've known people who have actually given into that multi-level marketing shit.
I've never had a Kirby dealer actually give a demonstration, but I have had a Rainbow dealer give a demonstration at my house.
They used to be everywhere in my area.
Yeah.
Until
they were all over in Kansas City.
Yeah. Everyone, don't dox me like that.
No,
I'm in Denver
because I lived in Kansas City at the time, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, they used to be everywhere, and I don't remember if it was the scams or if it was something else, but I haven't seen one in a good at least 5 to 7 years.
Right. All right, let's get back to the chat. Let's see.
Yeah.
But Dyson will send you new parts for free. Shark won't. Well, it depends on what it is.
They both do.
I've
seen that happen with both companies, because Sam, he broke his V11 and they just sent him a whole new body because it was under warranty.
Performance Reviews says the DC-33 is lighter weight. Maybe you'd pick it for that reason, but it would be a bad life choice. It's not even a pound lighter than the 14 and the 07, only because of the no metal wand, and that makes it so much harder to use. So no, that's not. I mean, compared to the 14 and the 07, that's not a valid enough reason. The only reason why I could see someone picking a 33 is maybe if they bought attachments for their 25 or something, and they use that primarily, and they want to use the same attachments without an adapter. But even that's not a good reason. I can't think of any other possible reason, practically, for using a 33.
Hi, Nate. How are you doing tonight?
What's up, Nate?
Here, let me give you some attention.
Nate, what's shaking?
Who's a good boy? Who's a good buddy? Who's a good central vac installer? Shut up.
There.
Shut up.
That's all. Enough attention
that's
for
all
you?
His response is.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to point out how somebody said in the chat. Let's find it. Let's see.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm a little bit back, but I'm not horribly far back. I'm right at where Alex jumped in the chat logs about the 33. But I guess if you want to jump around, that's fine. I'm just saying that's where I'm at in the chat.
Oh damn, where is it? It's right around where you are.
I'm trying to, because okay, then I'll just keep going. And you can just cut me off whenever you find it.
I'm in the.
Oh, he deleted it. He deleted it. That's why. Okay.
Okay.
But he said something like Dyson and Shark clean better than Mila and Sibo ever will. Sorry, not sorry. And I said, Aiden, you have 4 IQ.
No.
That name sounds familiar. I think he used to be in the Discord or something.
I don't believe for a second that's C. Now, obviously, I haven't compared them side by side since I don't have any of my modern Dysons. No, I have the Kinetic, but the Kinetic is not a good example.
It's
but
dog shit.
Because it is a bad machine. The Kinetic does, like, honestly speaking, it does perform well as far as like it does pull a good amount of stuff out of the carpet. But at least in terms of the Kinetic, it has, well, here, I'll give a little spoiler on the Kinetic review, because its carpet performance is significantly improved over legacy models.
Did you get the fucking duct taped cardboard box like Vacuum Wars did?
No, I didn't do that. No, because I don't do that. You know how I test a vacuum's performance? I run it on my carpet like a normal person and see how much crap it pulls up like a normal person would. It's really not that complicated. Like, if you want just a general idea of how well the machine performs, you just use it. Because no amount of fancy like airflow boxes or suction gauges with little pipes on the end, none of that is going to actually determine how well the vacuum works on your floors in your house over an extended period of time. It won't. It just won't. Now, like the working vacuum, like, yeah, that's neat, that's cool, but actual suction and all that stuff is irrelevant unless you're trying to actually like suck stuff up that's far away in like a corner or something. As far as deep cleaning your carpets, well, that's only one piece of the pie, because obviously we all know that the biggest thing for cleaning carpets is agitation. And I know some people will say, but you can sometimes get by with straight suction if it has a lot blah 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 blah. No. If you're
using straight suction on carpet, then you deserve like a shitty Dyson or something.
Well, here's the thing: if you have a very, very short pile carpet, then yeah, like a straight suction Miele or a straight suction Henry, you can probably get by with that.
No,
but
not even that, because I have.
Is it ideal? No, I'm just saying you can.
The place I'm at right now is very low pile carpet, and no, I've tried using straight suction machines, and it sucks ass. You really need bare minimum a turbo tool.
Yeah, I know. Alex was like, "Oh, it can clean fine with straight suction. It's just hard to push." And it's like, "Oh, okay."
Kind of the problem is with a turbo tool. Also, you lose a lot of your airflow because it's trying to make that turbine spin.
That's true.
And bristles aren't really stiff either. They're typically soft.
Well,
so you don't really get a good clean.
An ideal solution would be like
an area rub.
An ideal solution would be like a 2-motor canister or a 2-motor upright,
or 2-motor central vac,
or the LG I have, or a central vac. It's like bare minimum, you know. Right. Fucking poverty level, I would say, if you have very low pile carpet, is a turbo tool.
Yeah, because I mean, look, if you have a 1-bedroom apartment that is all floors, but you have one very thin rug in the living room, maybe a Bissell Zing will get you by. But like
area rug in their living room.
I don't know, man.
But I mean,
if you have welcome mats or whatever, you might be good with the Bissell Zing.
Maybe that's what I was trying to say.
Welcome mats, maybe, but who has an area rug in their living room?
If your living room is all floors, yeah, you have a rug underneath the coffee table, or is that? Am I just fucking weird? Like, is that? See, I don't have that problem anymore because I have actual carpet, like a proper civilized individual.
You're not being weird. It's just I feel like sometimes the people you talk to that feed you this info is fucking weird. Because literally,
you act like I've never lived in a in a apartment with only floors before, because I have, and that's what we did.
Well, you
We
did
would
at
have a
one
rug.
point, but I don't know.
And you know what?
This person's
I will add one thing, because some people say cordless machines can never replace a full-size vacuum. You know what? If you're in a one-bedroom apartment with one rug in the entire house, hell yeah, I can.
That's about.
But realistically speaking, let's be honest, if you're going to be poor enough to be living in a one-bedroom apartment, you might not be able to afford a lot of cordless vacuums. Dyson V11? Nope. That Honitor? Hell yeah.
Well, no, not even that. It's just like most people I've known that have all floors in their houses, they don't even get like a full-size machine. You just get like a fucking Dirt Devil stick vac or some shit,
Right.
with the 3-in-1 with the turbo on it.
Yeah. And you know what?
That's what I would say.
Maybe for like a really thin
house,
rug, maybe that's all you need.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like if you have all floors in your house, you don't need much more than that.
No.
If you're
And then
in, like,
at that point, like a
one-bedroom
cordless is just
apartment-
kind of like just for the convenience or just to have something cooler.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily necessary.
Yeah.
And oddly
know-
enough, I just went to my cousin's apartment and he has just a shop vac in
What
his
the
hard
fuck?
floor. I know.
I know people
It's
who
not
do
like
that.
a big one. It's a little one. It's like a 3-gallon. It's weird.
It's basically just like a canister, just like with a wider opening.
Yeah. Just no hard
Wider
floor.
opening. I
And
once knew
louder.
Somebody with a wider opening once. But let's not talk about
Same.
that. We'll get
Anyways,
demonetized.
let's see.
This
Back to
person
the chat.
says, This person says nothing beats a Kirby at deep cleaning. Bullshit.
I already
You
responded to that too. You're responding to
I was gonna
old
say, you've
comments and
obviously
you're
never
dragging
used
us
a mach-
further back in the chat.
Well,
I see. Okay, somebody is sucking off Dyson again. He's saying 74 CFM on a Dyson and 58 on a 65. I doubt that.
CFM
That's
doesn't
back.
matter.
that's a
Either
vac
it's
lab's
not
fucking
even gonna get-
multi-gallon.
It's not even gonna get above like 40 CFM, if any. It's not good. Just quit saying it's better than Mila, better than SIBO.
I mean, look, if you see, the easiest way to get around criticism is just say, I prefer my Dyson over a Miele. Now, some people might disagree with that, but that makes it an opinion, and you can't really tell someone that their opinion is wrong, because I can understand how some people may prefer a Dyson to a Miele, because everyone likes different things. And that's another thing that a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people want to pretend that the same central vac and the same 3 Mieles and 2 SIBOs are the only vacuums that anyone should ever like. And that's not always true. In fact, it's
This
very
person's-
frequently
yeah,
not true.
I like what this person says. This person says they're responding to someone else about going back to the shit about
Going to bed.
Kirby salespeople. I scrolled to the latest comments, and I'm seeing this person says, "Would you not let her have?" This person needs to. Are you in school, kid? Are you in school,
Hey,
child?
can we
Come on.
not roast my audience, please?
Be honest. We're not. Be honest, so I don't feel bad for being a dick to a kid. That sounded very wrong, but
That's, that sounded awful. Anyways, we're gonna move on from that. Damn
yeah,
it! I just
this person-
lost. Oh no. Okay, I found where I am again. So performance review
Yeah,
said
this person
diabetes
said-
medication in the future. That's very true.
This person said people just don't want to deal with the Kirby salesman until you buy the Kirby, until you have to pay for the vacuum, or you have to offer your old vacuum to the salesman just to let you keep it. Here's the thing. If the Kirby salespeople are like real, from what I've heard, most of the issues with Kirby sales in my area, from what I've heard, it was less about the individual salespeople themselves and more about like the higher ups, like the regional the managers and shit that were.
Yeah.
I want to
You
be
really
I
pushing
want to
the
become a
assholes
Kirby
to
salesman
people.
and just like every single person who I do a demo, just be like, you don't actually need this. Just go buy a Hoover. just do the whole
Christ.
demo and just be like, you don't need this. You don't actually need this. This is stupid. What am I doing with my life? And pretend like you're having an existential crisis right in the stranger's living room. Like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I'm sitting here
That's
selling
probably what a
strangers
lot of Kirby salespeople do.
an old ass vacuum.
The thing that I've heard
True.
about Kirby salespeople in a lot of areas is that number one is that they intentionally go for people that just need the money and don't really know much about direct to consumer sales or
Right.
anything really about vacuum cleaners.
That's
so
why they're so bad at it.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying. It's like that's why I'm not going to give too much shit to like the individual salespeople.
No. I will say,
'Cause
like,
here's
the rainbow guy that I was talking about, the rainbow guy was excellent. He knew his shit. This is from what I remember, because this is like a decade ago, but like he knew his shit. He was very helpful. You know, at the time, like my stepmom's vacuum was a 6583, so he was like, oh, that cheap Bissell, like that work, you know, oh, that works awfully. I bet it does. And I remember like him running over it with the rainbow, and I don't know what he did wrong, but like it didn't pick up anything after that pistol.
That Bissell would have been 1,000 times the vacuum of that Kirby or Rainbow.
Anyways, y'all can bitch amongst yourselves. I'm gonna go make a chicken sandwich. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't
How's
say
everybody
anything
doing?
stupid, because I'll be
And
over
the
here
thing I
shouting.
was going to say, continuing
I'm
where
doing
Chance
good,
was
Nate.
about continuing where Chance was about the Kirby salespeople. My thing with it is that listen, if you get them coming to your house and you're not interested in their machine, more often than not, don't be a dick to them. Like I can't stress that enough because more often than not, the Kirby salespeople, they're more than likely just trying to make ends meet, and they're trying to like get through.
Yeah.
They're just trying to make enough money so they can pay their bills and shit for the month. So it's
Because
one
you
of
know
those
they only
things
make
where,
like 2 sales a year.
yeah,
More than that, but you know what
it's
I mean.
probably like 2 sales a month or something. That's what my guess would be.
Mm,
You
And
know.
it's one of those things where it's like
I've heard that.
it's one of those things where it's like don't be a dick to them because more than likely they're struggling just as much as a lot of people are right now.
Mm-hmm.
If it's like if they really want to get like pushy towards you and start, you should only be a dick to the Kirby salespeople or any door-to-door salespeople in general. You should only be a dick to them if they're a dick to you, if they like provoke you. That's how
Accurate
it
as
would be.
heck.
Yeah, because it's like more often than not, I've had good experiences with just like, oh, there goes
Yeah.
Nate. But I've had good experiences with door-to-door salespeople, and I've also had pretty annoying ones with them. And it's one of those things where, when it comes to, you gotta learn to politely say no to these people, because it's one of those cases where if you're not interested in what they're selling, you shouldn't just default to, oh no, fuck you, I don't want your shit, bye. You know, you should at the very least, you know, be polite. You should be polite, say, hey, you know, I already have a machine, it works just fine. I don't need to, you know, I don't need to spend all this money on a machine.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you
Or
need
just
to
bring
do.
up something like, oh, I need to buy a new washer or something. Just anything really.
Yeah, say, oh, my dishwasher just broke yesterday. I need to buy that. And that's expensive.
Well, you should. Well, no, it's not even that. You don't even have to lie to them. It's just in my experience. The
Yeah.
last time I had Kirby salespeople come by my place, it was literally just a case of I told them, "Oh no, I'm not interested. Don't need it. I don't need one of these," and they were fine. They were nice enough. They were just like, "Okay, bye." On to the next house.
I've never had a Kirby salesman in my house ever.
Neither have I, and I hope not to.
For me, it's one of those things where, gotta be completely honest, door-to-door sales are kind of like a dying art. You know, it's one of those things where
Yes, it is.
it's one of those things where a lot of bad people have kind of like really ruined the perception of door-to-door sales.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, if you go back to like the 50s up through the late 90s and shit, door-to-door salespeople were fucking everywhere.
That's how everything was sold. Like whenever it
Yeah.
came to home appliances, some cleaning products,
Yep.
and really just, you know, I guess a lot of plumbers would just kind of go door to door back in the day and
Exactly.
just stuff like that.
It's one of those things where it's like, and if you know, it's like, if you know someone that's like thinking of getting into this, just don't be a dick to them. Just give them positive reinforcement. That's probably a weird way to put it, but that's what I recommend doing, because it's like, you're not their fucking mom, you're not their dad, you don't know their situations, and they're probably just trying to make money. Hell, it's probably, in some cases, it's probably not even their primary job. It's just them trying to get a side hustle so they can have more money on weekends and shit. It's one of those things where I feel like we should all it's like I feel like I should do a video on this, because it really is a lost art. It's something
You
that
should make a video on it.
it's something that it's something that a lot of people don't seem to really understand nowadays. Because the thing is that before the internet, door-to-door sales could fucking save the day. Because it's one of those things where where it's like, they come to you, you don't have to drive to a store, you don't have to go to a website and put your card info and all that shit in. It's just a case of they come to you, you tell them what you have, and if they have it and you need it, then give them cash, and there you go. You got what you needed, or you got what you wanted. It's a very simple business model that, frankly, it's a shame it doesn't get more respect nowadays.
Yep.
What I miss?
I agree with that, Robert.
Yeah. And this person
Not much.
says, man, I must have struck a chord with some of the people in chat, because after I just get done talking this very heartfelt topic, it's a very passionate thing that I think, hey, these people deserve more respect.
I feel bad because I missed all of it.
Almost immediately, I see a few people shitting on it, and
We're
Right.
talking about
Aren't
high
as
school.
bad
Kirby,
as some
stop
people
it!
say
It's
that
just Brie.
it's just certain people who ruin the industry.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's a lot of businesses that, specifically Kirby and a couple other companies, are the ones that have kind of ruined the door-to-door model for everyone.
True.
There's still a lot of companies out there that sell their shit door-to-door that make fine products, and that I honestly have not heard any bad experiences with. I'll tell you now, Arius is one of those companies where I haven't heard Arius and TriStar, I have not heard a single person ever bitch about the Arius salespeople in their areas whenever they've ran into them. It's one of those things where it's like, you shouldn't base the overall perception you have with door-to-door salespeople based on, the rainbow woman or the Kirby sales dude came to my house and we didn't like their predatory sales model. Mostly because at the end of the day, that's not what all door-to-door salespeople do. It's
Mm-hmm.
just what Kirby and Rainbow do.
Yeah. May I add, Arius and TriStar are more of the cheaper but high quality door-to-door sales.
Yeah.
And also
it's
the
one
fact
of-
that, like, Kirby, all the time, a lot of those dealers are privately owned, and Eris or Electrolux, whatever you want to call it, was
They're all corporate
like
owned.
it was the corporate owned ones. It wasn't
Yeah.
someone's own store.
Yeah,
Hiring a
and
bunch of people off of the Craigslist ad.
And
True.
that's what and
They'll use
that's-
their
and that's
vacuum
good.
store people for door-to-door.
And that's good. That's what I think more companies should do in the future. That's where I think the future of door-to-door sales modeling is, and like hiring people for this task is doing stuff like that. Because the thing is, I've seen a few people say, "Oh, but the salesmen just run off with their customers' money and steal their old vacuum." Well, first of all, who the fuck are you to determine whether or not, this person's old machine, it was stolen? Are you not aware that vacuum stores for decades, going back to the fucking dawn of this industry, have been doing trade-in? they've been doing trade-ins to a certain extent. It goes back to you can fucking go find old flyers from like the 90s and in the 80s and in the 70s and all these decades previously where stores were offering trade-ins for new machines, you know? So it's so I hate to talk bluntly like this, but it's really fucking dumb to assume, oh no, that machine is stolen. Oh no, that salesman, they stole that machine. They didn't have permission from the owner. It's like come the fuck on, man. Do you assume that whenever somebody trades their car in and gets a new one, that oh no, that dealer stole their old one? It's like fucking really.
You got
And-
2 brain cells if you think that.
Yeah. And the thing is this other person saying door-to-door sales are outdated. Well, here's the thing. See previous statement about how it can actually, to an extent, it can actually be a lot more convenient than driving to a store or going on the internet because you get your items sooner.
Right? And the nice thing about it is, with the Kirby, is you get to test it in your own home. Like, you don't just do it at a vac shop and they say, oh, here's a carpet similar to yours. You actually try it in the house, you know?
Yeah.
Which I find cool.
Yeah, they have the dirt meter attachment. Something that actually will work. I believe you can get like a universal adapter and use that on other machines nowadays.
Possibly. I know there's a SIBO one I saw recently.
Yeah, I've seen
cool.
the SIBO one too. And there's also I think I've also seen a Hoover and a Filter Queen one. You can get those little dirt meter attachments.
I think Rainbow did too. Pretty much every company made one that was doing demonstrations.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this person says, on the news, there was a story about an old lady who had amnesia. She bought 2 Kirby vacuum cleaners. She doesn't remember buying one. That lady doesn't have amnesia. She probably has dementia.
Yeah, I think that's what they meant. I think that's
difference.
what they meant to say.
Yeah, there's a big difference between those two.
Yeah.
And this person says, it's really sad to take advantage of older people. Here's the thing. It's not just older people buying Kirby's. There's a lot
That's
of
just
younger...
the ones that get put on the news.
Yeah.
They only do those. They don't do the general public that buys them.
Yeah. This person says,
Yep.
like 3 Kirby companies, like these Kirby companies just don't care about their elderly. They need to care because they're not using Kirby vacuums. They're too old to lift up the stairs. Listen, Grandma can be fucking buff.
She can be, but she usually isn't.
Who are you to doubt your grandparents' strength?
My grandma, my grandmother-in-law, I think that's the proper terminology. I had recently given her like a basically brand new, fully refurbished Elite Rewind Plus. And she went back to the old Power Force Compact that she had because it was too heavy for her. And she didn't really want anything else. She liked her old one, which was still a relatively new vacuum. So like the $40 Power Force, she just likes it.
I know.
And I can go, and it's not too big a deal because I can go over there and I can service it for her, and it's not a big deal. And I can keep that thing running for, however long it needs to.
I know. It's just one of those things where it's like, once again, people seem to let one company's reputation ruin the perception of an entire business model.
Right.
Kind of like how it's kind of like how a lot of people look at companies like LuLaRoe and Amway and think, oh, multi-level marketing, fuck that shit.
Right.
Because those 2 companies actually really should be gone after because they're pyramid schemes,
Right.
Let's see. This person says, once again, there's people still thinking that Kirby people, that's every Kirby owner seems to have a vendetta against, every Kirby salesperson seems to have a vendetta against old people. It's like, no.
A few did, probably, but like,
Yeah, maybe a few, but like not every fucking Kirby salesperson is going
and plus, people
to
need
be
to think about it
predatory
from this
towards your
perspective.
grandma.
And people need to think about it from this perspective. If you're in a position where you need to make sales or your family doesn't eat, like, it's more so on the company if like they're requiring you to push it onto people who can't properly utilize the product. Like, because I get, some people would be like, oh, but I would be the moral authority and I would just quit right there. But it's like, but if you're trying to take care of your family, you might think like, I need to sell this woman on this vacuum regardless whether or not it makes sense for her, because I need to pay the bills this month. I need to meet my sales quota or I get shit canned. So like,
yeah, it's one
something
of those
people need to
things
think about.
where
Like, it's not always like the exact person who's in your house giving the demo that's at fault, because ultimately there's a company behind it that's being predatory themselves.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you now. If I had to sell TriStar or Filter Queen or some shit door to door, you bet your ass I'd be fucking trying to get every Mo, Curly, and Bill to fucking buy my machines, because it's one of those things where it's literally, you could say it's a life or death situation where it's you sell 3 machines to some people that might not need them, or you fucking go hungry because you can't pay the bills that month.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you're gonna do. It's one of those things where sometimes you should prioritize yourself over others.
Sometimes, yes, because you can only be selfless so much, especially like, and I would even argue that if you have a family
Especially
and
as a salesperson.
if you support other people, if you have a family, then that's not necessarily being selfish, because you're trying to make sure they're fed too and that they have a place to live and they have the lights on. It's not always just a solely personal issue. So, never trust a door-to-door salesman, especially a Rainbow salesman. Just force customer to buy a Rainbow vacuum for a Kirby vacuum. See, like, we keep trying to say, like, oh, it's not the fault of the door-to-door salesman. Everyone's like, fuck the door-to-door salesman. It's like, y'all got the wrong message here. Yes, some door-to-door salesmen are bad, but it's like, that's not... I would strongly doubt that's the vast majority. I think I would strongly... I would definitely rather assume that it's the company or the manager that's breathing down the neck of that salesperson.
Especially in the case of Kirby and Rainbow, because that's more than likely who it is. It's not going to be the individual salespeople. It's going to be some shithead in fucking middle management or some asshole at the top of the company forcing everyone to be predatory with their sales model.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And what the fuck is see what the hell is this person talking about? They're talking about how like she refused to buy a Rainbow because she had a Kirby, and the salesman broke into her home and took her to Kirby and left her a Rainbow.
No, I think he's saying they took her Kirby and then gave him a Rainbow.
Bullshit.
First off, if someone takes your Kirby and gives you a Rainbow, I don't care how much you don't like Rainbow. They did you a favor.
I'm fucking looking this up right now.
Okay.
That is bullshit.
And then some person's like, one of the many reasons we want to move to Florida. It's like, do Kirby's not exist in Florida? I don't understand. Right. I don't understand the...
Literally, the only... Okay. Whenever I see people talk... the only cases I'm seeing about, like, stealing from, like, door-to-door vacuum salesmen, it's like them sucking up fucking jewelry and shit. It's them stealing jewelry or stealing cash or some shit. And even then, these are, like,
they're stealing
and
your
years
PS5.
Ago.
They're stealing your PS5 and your Series X.
Just this guy, man.
It's like, what the hell? Whose ass are you pulling these stories from? Because I've never heard of them before.
Oh yeah, well at least we're all caught up in chat. At least because every single chat was saying basically the same thing, so there wasn't really a reason to repeat all of it. So my absence, thankfully, was not in much of a vein. Did I miss some super chats?
No, you didn't.
I could have sworn I did because my chat revenue went up to $6.98, and I don't recall. Did someone donate $5 at one point? I didn't. Oh, I forgot someone donated $4.99. Okay, that explains that. Because then a couple of people did 99 cents. So that makes sense. For some reason, like, it's supposed to show, like, your actual individual super chats, but they're not showing up for whatever reason. Let me pop out the chat. Maybe it'll do it then. Can I snap this over here so I can not have to show my ugly face? Let's see. Let's put this over here. And then put that right there on the side. And then that right there. Okay, that should be good. Now, where's my OBS? There we go. Okay. Now we can see everything properly. Okay, so.
Anyway, back on topic.
Back on top. Well, we were on topic. We were talking about Kirby, weren't we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it's like that. No. If you think that a fucking Kirby salesman is literally burgling somebody's machine out of their house, and for fuck's sakes, dude, quit getting your news from fucking, I don't know. I can't even point fingers at a fucking news outlet that would post something that stupid.
The Onion?
Yeah, go getting your news from the fucking Onion. Come on, dude.
r/8 The Onion.
It's fucking not even close to true.
Dude, is that sandwich offer still valid?
Anyway, going back to
Is McDonald's still
going back to some good budget machines.
Since when?
The way I see it is, if you want to get a machine under $100, don't just default to if it's literally just a case of you need a machine to like use in your house every month or so or every week, and you're gonna take care of it. There's no issue getting like one of those Black & Decker ones, because yeah, it feels cheap, and yeah, it'll feel weird using it at first, but at the end of the day, it's like it's like an $80 machine, and I feel like that's a machine that's going to last longer, or you're gonna probably get more mileage out of it than you would like a fucking some cheap Bissell or one of those bagless Hoovers that's been made forever. Or hell, the other thing is that don't be afraid to get a used machine. That's another one of those things where everybody assumes that a used machine is immediately going to be terrible, when the reality of it is if you know what the hell you're doing, and you're not buying fucking machines from some random meth head, you can get some good deals on used machines. Don't be afraid to go to a thrift store, or don't be afraid to go to a thrift store, or go to Facebook Marketplace, or go to OfferUp and get a machine.
Yeah, but I don't know how much I want to recommend people go buy used machines, because then the next thing I know, like, some machine that I really want is going to be my local thrift store, and because I told people to buy used, like, one person saw my video and they went and bought it, and then like some customer like beats it up and throws it away in a year.
Well, I know that's
even though realistically that's not going to happen. But I because I understand why some people don't want to shop used.
When it comes to getting a secondhand machine, the ones you want to avoid are older Eurekas, older Dirt Devils, and older, what's the other company's name?
There's no real brand in particular where like you should avoid every used example you see.
Well, no, there is, and I'm about to explain why. because here's the thing, those two brands specifically, you can pretty much get no parts for them anymore.
Oh, so you mean like if something's damaged on it?
Yeah, like that's a case of if something breaks on one of those machines, you're you might as well throw it away. So that's what I'm
They
saying.
might be screwing you.
Those two companies specifically, same goes with if it's same goes with companies like Bosch and such. If it's like an older, higher end brand, but it's like a Bosch or a Lux or something like that, just walk away from it. Because here's the thing,
No, not a
you might
Lux.
think it's one of those things where it's like here, you might think it's high end until it breaks and you realize the part you need has been out of production for almost 2 decades now.
But there's another aspect of that you're not mentioning is that if you
What's
get a
up?
machine secondhand, that is a very common machine to find secondhand. And
Oh
even
yeah,
if
if it's a
something goes wrong on it, you'll likely find one on the curb the next
oh
week
yeah,
that
if it's like a
that part is
well,
good
that's
on,
why
and you could build a
well
good one
that's
out of
why
it.
I said well that's why I said specifically stuff like older Dirt Devils and older Eurekas because those are machines that you just aren't gonna find often.
No,
That
no,
you
no, no,
just
no,
aren't
no. You
gonna
find those
find
all over the
on
place.
curbs anymore. But stuff like old Bissels and old
No, no.
Hoovers and stuff, you can still find those all the time.
Right.
If you find a machine, an older like elite style machine or an old one of those bagless Bissell jobber whatever the fucks, yeah, go for it because you can still get a lot of parts for those. Even you can still get a lot of parts for those either from a store or on eBay because they made so many of them and they were so common for a while.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
But I just realized another one you should go for. Old Oryx. Old Oryx are a dime a dozen. You can get those extremely cheap now because more often than not, those are going to have literally interchangeable parts.
Right.
Like if you get like an XL21 or you get a Platinum, you can swap certain parts on them and they'll work just fine. Hell, Oric for the long. There's a long range of Oric machines from like the early 80s up through the early 2000s, early to late 2000s, that all use the same fan. I think it's literally from like the 5300 up through like the 9000 or the 988 in the early 2000s
Sounds like
that
you're naming
all used
Ataris, not Oryx.
they all used the same aluminum fan and stuff like the XL2 up through I believe the magnesium all use the same style fan. And same goes with the XL21 up through the machines you can get nowadays like the Elevate and such all use the same fan. It's it's like if you really well, it's like if you don't care about getting tools on your machine, then there's really no beating a used Oric. There really isn't because you can get those for like 40 or $50,
Right.
and they'll run.
Sometimes less.
Yeah, and they'll run for years. Like the old,
True.
like a lot of times, whenever I see Oryx, secondhand older Oryx come up for sale, they're usually pristine with few problems on them.
Right.
And it's one of those things where more often than not, the only Oryx that I've seen that are just completely condemned, that you should really get rid of, are ones that have either had the motor burn up on them, or they've had like some damage, like some cosmetic damage to them, to like the fan casing or something.
Yeah.
It'll just take more time or more money than you can really justify for
Yeah,
fixing.
and also if it's a modern enough Oric, and even if there is damage on it, sometimes that's covered under warranty.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
so like a
if you find like an
ma-
Elevate or a Command or Conquer in the trash, and like the base has like a hole in it because I don't know someone played golf with it or some shit, like
oh
you might
fucking
be able to
no.
find you might be able to get that replacement part for
Yep.
really cheap under warranty, or bring it into your local shop and they may be able to help you get it up and running for you know hardly anything.
Exactly. And that's the thing is more often than not, while there might not be as many Oryx stores anymore, almost any vacuum shop will take them in because of how simple they are.
Oh yeah.
They are really like they are extremely easy machines to repair. They're the sort of machine that I would
Right.
recommend if you really want to get into learning how to repair these machines yourself. Start with like an XL2 or something.
Yeah.
Start with like an XL2 or an IntelliShield or one of those machines,
Yep.
or an XL21. Just start with something like that, and then work your way up from there.
Mhm.
For sure. I mean, I would say, Auric, Hoover, Bissell, like those are very solid brands where if you want to find one, try to fix it up,
Hmm.
learn how to fix vacuums, like those are easy ones to get your foot in the door, for sure. And
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
yeah, especially, I mean, yeah, because you know how I always say Bissell, and maybe I'm a bit biased by saying that as the example, but
You're pretty biased.
But no, like seriously, like those all are good brands because
Yeah.
like all the early Bissells that I serviced, if you know how to use a screwdriver and turn it to the left a bunch of times, you can strip those all the way down to the motor in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. The holy trinity of easy to repair of starter machines
Yeah,
for learning to
no
repair
security bits,
vacuums are
just Phillips
it's
head all the way down to the
those
motor.
yeah it's those Oryx and Hoover Elite machines.
Exactly.
I've gotten so proficient to where I can strip an Elite down in like 5 minutes
Did you say that
and
you
then have
wanted
it
one
back
of
up and
those
running.
elites that I had, or was I thinking of someone else?
Huh?
Didn't you were you the one who said you wanted my like broken Encore Supreme, or was that somebody else? Just because I
What
just
color is your? It might have been me.
it was
What
like
color
orange or
is
red, something
yours?
like that. It was a softback Encore
Yeah,
Supreme.
yeah, I might be interested in that. I mean,
Yeah,
you also have the Boss Power that I might be interested in. I'm not gonna lie,
Boss
you have like
Power.
three.
That silver one?
Yeah, you have like three machines I'm interested
Yeah.
in. I know you're waiting on me to buy them, but shh. Mine's for
Well, the
time.
Regina first, just because that one's in the main house. If it takes up space in the shed, I don't give a shit, and I don't want to put the
Yeah,
Regina in
no,
the shed.
because it's one of those things where it's like
Plus,
it
because I'm buying a bunch of vacuums like as soon as I get paid, which means that,
who are you buying
I
them?
may be getting on your ass because I'll have a bunch of open boxes that I'd
Who
like to
the
like
hell are you
immediately
buying
use
all
them
these machines from?
instead of having to break them down. What?
Who the hell are you buying all these machines from?
There's a collector on Facebook. And no, it's not Grayson Richard. Everyone keeps asking me, is it Grayson Richard because you're buying elites? No, it's not. It's not him. It's someone else. They're selling me three elites. They're selling me a wide path, a hard bagged Encore Supreme, and a Dimension Supreme.
Hey,
And
good for you, man.
what?
Hey, good for you, man.
No, yeah, like that. The Hoover Elite bug has bitten me to death, and I'm
Good,
definitely paying the
because it
price.
should.
No, yeah, and I already have the soft and light. So and after I get those three, there's another. There's I think it's Brazevax that I'm getting a Elite 2 and a newer style runabout from. So I'll have like a good amount of elites at
Is
that
it
point.
gonna
I'm
be
like,
the one with the 12 amp motor in it?
I don't remember, and I don't really care. It just
Yeah.
it looked like one that I saw all the time as a kid that a
Mm-hmm.
family member had. So it's close enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not too picky about those. They're all the
Yep.
same anyways. So
Yep.
as long as it works. But yeah, so and then also from Brazevax, we're trying to do like a bunch of trade things. So from him, I'm also getting, and this will be over time, but I'm getting a Platinum Collection bagged wind tunnel, uh, the a translucent blue Whirlwind Big Cup, a Dirt Devil Dynamite, a fuck, what
Why do
else was it?
do you really not have one of those already?
Believe it or not, no, I've owned a ton of them over the years, but I never kept any of them. So I at the exact moment I
That's
don't
one of
have one.
those.
No,
That's like the budget machine that like
no, yeah.
every collector I know has
Well,
had
I
at
do
least. They
have.
always.
I did find the Eureka Superlight, so I did at least find that.
Yeah,
And
I was gonna say every like good collector I
yeah,
know has at least one of those.
yeah, I do have the Eureka Superlight, and it's bonus points because it was my fiance's old Superlight, so it has even
Cool.
more value.
I
So
got one of those from a thrift store for like $8.
Mine was 15, I think, which was a little high,
Oh,
but I
you
was
got fucked
impatient
on
and I wanted
that.
it, and it worked. There was nothing wrong with it. It just needed a clean.
You
So
got fucked. Hey, listen, I'm saying you got fucked now, but you're not gonna be fucked as bad as the all the YouTube kids who were buying those fucking things off of eBay. Holy shit.
Oh yeah,
mm.
it's
No, no,
insane.
no, no, no.
PSA for any viewers watching this either through the replay or live, don't buy don't if you want to get a collection started, don't just go buying
No,
machines
no, no,
off
no,
of
no,
eBay
no.
and don't
Bad
buy
decision.
machines and don't buy machines based on what you hear on YouTube. Like
No.
listen, you might hear someone like me, Chance or Nate bring up a certain machine that we like that's not like an open invitation to oh yeah go buy up all the machines we like because
No, no, no,
we have
no.
Right.
we all have common interests. No,
No,
that's
no,
not
no,
an
no.
open invitation. Please don't
Find
do
what you
that.
like.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
also but it goes both ways too. So if you happen to like the same vacuum that we like, then that's fine too. It's just
Yeah.
you should like a vacuum because you've tried it or you have nostalgia with it and you like it, not because
Yeah.
someone else told you to. Now, granted, if you want to experiment and someone tells you, "Hey, you should try this," and you try it
Yeah.
and you end up liking it, great. But
That's
also
how it was with
don't
me and my
don't
LG.
yeah, 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 yeah. See, because I've wanted one of those compressors ever since I saw Phantom Lightning's video on those. But yeah, I do want. I think VacLab did some videos on it too. But either way, so I'm looking for one of those compressors. But I think I forgot to even put that on the bounties list. Now that I think about it. But I think there was another one I forgot too. Either way, so what was my point in mentioning all that? Yeah, so like get what you want, but like also don't and especially and I'm not just saying this because there's machines on eBay that I'm gonna get with my next paycheck that I don't want people to snipe out from underneath me. But
No, totally not.
um
No, that's not what I'm saying
no,
either.
no, 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 no.
That
There's
wasn't sarcasm, by the
no,
way.
no, 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 not at all. But I will say that like look, because here's the thing. Because technically, my collection kind of started with eBay because the first machine I ever got, like in my collection, was my dad for my birthday for like my like seventh birthday bought me a Phantom Thunder off eBay. So like
Ooh, I hate to hear how much you paid for that shit.
I don't. Well, here's the thing. That was back when Phantoms were dirt cheap because they were still kind of common because because they'd only been out of business for like a good like 5, 6, 7 years. So like
So you
you
got
could
it in
still
like
find them secondhand all the
2007 or
place from
something.
people who were just getting rid of
Tracy,
them.
what year was that in?
Let's see. I was like no, if it was my seventh birthday, that would have been 2007. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, dude, okay, fair
So,
enough.
or and if it was my sixth,
Phantom
it
would have
was either
still been in
six.
business
It was
then.
either no, 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 no. They went out of business in 2001. But that is when Phantom name was still existing under Europro. So the Phantom name was still in the public eye at least. But
Yeah, that's what I meant, Tracy, then.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so but it was like my 6th or 7th birthday. I can't remember honestly which one it was, but it was somewhere around that time. Uh yeah, so it was somewhere around that time. It was before I think it was before I got that Power Force that I mentioned earlier, but again around the same time. Point is it was from that era where like the only person who did videos on Phantoms on YouTube was Phantom Vacuum Fan, and nobody else that much really cared about Phantoms as much, or at least not like well-known YouTube collectors. Because you'd see the occasional video from like Vacmaster the Great or something like that, but they were never like, oh my god, go out and buy all the Phantoms. But that was also when you could find them at thrift
Right.
stores and you could find them secondhand. You could find them on curbs because they were new enough that if you bought like a refurbished one in 2003 that was like NOS, then you might be just now getting rid of it at that time, even if you're an average consumer who trashes your machine. So it was the kind of thing where I don't think he paid. Let me put it this way: I guarantee you he did not pay any more than I paid for either of my recent Furies. I can guarantee that. So I doubt he paid any more than like a hundred bucks for it, if that. Because $100 for a birthday present, like who cares? Because I mean, if you think about it, if I was a Bissell kid at that time, if he had bought me like a Clean View 2, that would have been like 80 or $100. So, well, yeah, because we're
That would have been a
talking.
shitty present.
Well, I mean, for like a little kid, like, because you're not gonna buy your kid a fucking SIBO. I mean, nobody the fuck even
I
knew.
know.
Nobody knew who that was. Or
We say that in some YouTubers.
My parents had bought me a Hoover Nano, like second
We-
gen.
we make that joke about how no kid's gonna buy their collector, and no parent's gonna buy their collector kid a SIBO. We say that, but yet there's probably some fucking idiot on YouTube that's done that because their kid wouldn't stop bitching about it.
Somewhat, yeah, like their kids watching their kids watching Alex's videos, and they're just like, I want a Thebo,
Well,
I want a Thebo.
Actually, for my 14th birthday, I got a Miele C1 with the power head and hose and all that off eBay.
These jokes
for
fucking
Christmas.
write. Oh my god, these jokes fucking write themselves. Ugh.
But I only paid $50 for it.
Yeah, you probably paid about 100 in shipping too.
Nope, I got it for $38 and $20 shipping later, $50 roughly.
Okay, that's a solid price.
Total.
Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, so to get back to that point, it's like, look, if you want to start your collection because you find like a childhood machine on eBay and you think it's a reasonable price, and you want to start with that, like, again, like, it's all about balance. So like, I think that collecting,
Here's
because
the
if you're
thing.
just let me finish, because I may address what you're about to say, what I'm about to say.
No, you
So
don't.
so look, because if you only get to the point where you're buying machines on eBay and from vacuum stores and stuff, I'll be honest, it's not as fun. Because finding a machine in the wild is a lot more interesting.
Exactly.
Especially when you go thrift
And-
storing and stuff like that. Or if you
and
find
what
it
I
on a
was gonna
curb.
say is
Or
you
if a
should
family member gives it
always-
to you, or whatever the case may be.
Whenever you're gonna start a collection, always start with thrift stores.
Right.
Always. It doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter how much money you have. Always start with thrift stores.
Right.
And the key to getting machines you want from there, go there often.
Right.
Don't just go there once a month on a fucking weekend and then decide, no, I didn't find what I want, boo, off to eBay. No, you gotta fucking sometimes go multiple times.
You gotta pound
a
the pavement.
week.
Yeah, you gotta pound the pavement.
You need to sometimes go multiple times a week or multiple times a month in order to find the machines you want.
And to multiple thrift
Because you-
stores, not just one random Goodwill
that
that probably
too.
doesn't have vacuums anyways.
Because that's the other thing, is more often than not, that dream machine you want, it's probably, you can probably find one at a thrift store before you find one on eBay anyway. And even
For some
better,
example,
it'll
yeah.
be cheaper if you go and find it at a thrift store. I'll tell you now,
Yeah.
I found an Ultra MVP at a thrift store before I found one on eBay.
It's same.
And it's one of those things where you need
Usually
to
I have to
look.
go to multiple thrift stores if I want to find a machine.
No, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You need to look. You
Yeah.
need to put the effort into
Mhm.
actually.
I was lucky yesterday and found 2 F&G machines
Fantastic.
The other
at one
And the-
store.
Great.
and the other thing you need to do is know what machines you actually want first. Don't
Yeah.
just buy shit because it looks cool. 'Cause
I mean,
here's the
if you
thing.
want to do
If
that.
you're gonna, I'm gonna explain why. 'Cause here's the thing.
Okay.
If you're gonna buy machines just based on it looks cool, then that's how you end up being
What?
one of those dickhead
Inside.
hoarder collectors. That's how you end up being one of those hoarder
got my hands
collectors
full.
who
Can
has like 500 machines and never uses most of them.
I'll rotate like what Dr. Shrink, Mr. Reggie will do.
And that's the thing is it's like, listen, it's fine to just buy machines. It's like, listen, if you're gonna use a machine, yeah, then I won't knock you for buying based on aesthetics very much. But on that same note, you shouldn't just buy based on looks alone, because there's a lot of machines out there. Hold on a second.
Backmaster, can you like mute? Okay, I was gonna say, like, if you got shit going on
There's a
background, now
lot
time
of
to mute yourself.
there's a lot of machines out there that you might think, oh, that looks like an ugly piece of crap at first, or oh, that looks extremely boring at first.
Yeah.
But they'll end up having a shit ton of very interesting features on them that you can't get on a normal machine, you know?
Yeah.
That's how I was with.
I
That's how I
was-
was with the.
I'll tell this real quick. Sorry to cut you off. Only because it's recent and it made me think of it. So we were just at a local thrift store. No, today actually. And my fiance and I went to the thrift store, and they only had those two Kirbys that I told you about earlier, and they had a Bissell V, like like the black and red like Bissell stick back with the weird
Yeah,
shaped
I know
nozzle.
what that is.
Yeah, they had one, and it looked like it was in good shape, but my fiance was like, "No, do not touch that." I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "It freaks me out. I don't like it." I just thought that was funny. He was like, it looks creepy. I don't want that in my house. And I'm like, okay. And plus,
That's
I didn't really
fucking
want it
weird.
anyways because I knew that like if I bought it to review, I would immediately sell it off anyways. So I was kind of like, they're common enough. I'll find another one.
I'll have a quick look
And
at
and
chat
it
real
was
quick.
like I think it was like $15 anyway, so it wasn't really a good deal.
Well, no,
so,
no. $15 is not bad.
It
I've
wasn't
seen
horrible,
worse.
but like I just mentioned that Eureka. If that Eureka and that Bissell were next to each other, I would grab the Eureka any day.
Yeah. I gotta take a message from chat. This person says, what annoys me a lot about mostly kid collectors is that they claim that a very common machine is rare just because they can't find it for themselves.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We see that more. I see that.
I mean,
more
adults do
often
that
than
too.
Anything else, and it's one of those things where most people will assume, oh, I can't find that at a thrift store because I was a lazy piece of shit and only went once during last month. Ergo, it's rare. No.
Yeah,
Once
and it's
again,
always
I
they
cannot
go to
stress-
one thrift store. They go to it every 2 months, and they're in the middle of East Bumblefuck, and there's literally nothing anywhere within a 17-mile radius. And they're like, "This machine's rare. I can't find it." And the machine they're talking about is like a Dirt Devil Breeze.
I cannot stress this enough. You need to go multiple times a day. Not multiple times a day. You need to go multiple times a week or multiple times a month. Or if you have the ability to, go to multiple stores. Because here's the thing. Every
Definitely
store has
multiple
different
stores.
stuff and every store has different customers.
Right.
You need to realize that. Otherwise, you're never gonna find any of the fucking machines you want. You're just gonna end up sitting there hounding eBay, or you're gonna sit there overpaying for a machine that someone like me got for like $20.
Yeah.
The other thing is, look locally. Don't just look at what you can get shipped to you. Look at Facebook Marketplace. Look at Craigslist. Look at OfferUp. There's so many machines that you can get from places like that without having to pay out the ass for shipping. It is extremely easy for a lot of newbie collectors to just go locally or go to a bunch of thrift stores and just find the machines they want. Because here's the thing, I'm not saying you have to do both, but if there's a machine that you really want to look for, chances are you're going to find it locally before you find it on eBay. I'll tell you now, there's a few machines that I've gotten that I had to eventually cave, and I thought when there was no hope left and I finally caved and was like, fuck it, I'm just going to buy one off of eBay. I ended up getting one locally. I ended up getting them I got one off of OfferUp, or got from another collector in the area. It's one of those things where...
Wait, what'd you get? Sorry, I just blacked out for like the past.
Well, just
5
in
minutes.
general, there's
Oh, okay.
machines that, you always look locally before you look nationally.
Right.
Never
That's how we
just
got that power
assume.
glide. Like that's a great example because that's a machine that it's not a high end machine, so people wouldn't be expecting, you to like pay a lot of money for it. And it's a very rare, like I think the power anything power glide at this point, like old back Bissell power glide, can be safely called rare, but it's rare enough. And
Rare-ish.
it
It's
was
no. Here's the thing. It's
I've
not
never
rare. It's
seen
un.
one, and
What I,
I
what I
and I
was gonna
don't
say
even
is
mean like for sale. I mean like never seen one
it's
at all.
not. Here's the thing. It's not rare. It's uncommon.
What's the difference?
Well,
One is, you're never gonna find it. The other is you might find it, but not as
Oh,
often as something else.
so uncommon is like diet rare.
It's
mm,
pretty much.
Okay.
uncommon is usually attributed to items that they sold a lot of, but just can't easily be found, or the people that own them just don't want to give them up easily. Calling it something rare is when you're talking about something that was made in limited quantities or made for a very short amount of time, or something that just didn't sell
Well,
a lot of units.
well obviously I don't have the actual sales numbers. I would bet that those power glides did not. The platinums are in a bit of a different story, but the original power glides, the pluses, the ultras, those from what I understand did not sell very well because they were only on sale for a year until the Power Force, and most customers
Hmm.
presumably bought way more Power Forces. So wouldn't that put that
Well,
in the
you know
rare
why,
category? Because I
right?
don't think they sold that many units. Like
No,
they didn't sold
because they were.
nothing, but I'm sure like they
It's one
sold
of those
little
things where
enough,
it's
right?
like
Or is it
they
like
were
in
a
a gray
budget.
area between the two?
Well, no, because it's a budget machine, so obviously they're going to have sold a lot of them.
Mm.
It's once again, it's I would call it uncommon because it's once again one of those things where there's probably a lot of them out there. It's just that the people that have them aren't giving them up.
So they're not getting onto the secondhand market as much.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Mm.
That's what makes something uncommon over rare.
As opposed to the power forces, which literally people give away, with like boxes of thumbtacks.
Yeah, people
So
trip over
that
those
was a weird
fucking things
analogy, but you get the
still.
point.
Yeah, yeah, no, but I get the point.
But
Um,
yeah, so
here,
yeah, like just to finish what I was saying about the power glide is that the only reason I found that was because I was looking at my Facebook Marketplace, and I basically turned on like the I don't give a shit how far away it is, just show it to me, and it actually ended up being about 2 hours away, but that 2 hours away was literally right by my grandma's, which at the time before COVID we went and saw her like every 2 weeks, so it wasn't even necessarily out of the way, it was just on that route. So, we just had to go on that route and just turn off to like a Casey's or something and find it. And I told him, I was like, I'll give you an extra $10 if you hold this thing for an extra 2 weeks until the next time I see my grandma. Because I told him just the truth about like how, can't see my grandma because she's sick, but if you hold it to the next 2 weeks, I'll give you an extra $10 for it.
yeah,
And so, see, because the thing is,
but
sometimes
here's
if
the
you're
other
honest
thing.
and you say, like,
That brings up another point where if you're a
yeah,
seller, here's the thing: if you're a seller, don't always listen. Holding stuff
no,
should only be.
I don't do that anymore at all. So
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
say
saying it
don't.
worked in that instance.
Yeah, it's like don't always get into the habit of holding everything.
No, because
Because
then you're not gonna
here's the
move
thing:
anything.
if someone is gonna offer you your asking price and they're gonna fucking give you that money today, they're gonna do the transaction today, then go for that over the hold. Because here's
Right.
the thing: that extra $10 that they're gonna give you, that you're not gonna see that for a few days or in some cases a few weeks.
Right.
So you should always go for if you're trying to sell a machine, always go for the latest transaction you can. Go for the one that you can get done the soonest. Don't just hold something for 2 weeks or for multiple months because, oh, hey, this guy has a good sap story, so I'm gonna sell it to him.
No, yeah,
No,
I
don't
get
fall
that.
for that shit.
I was just saying, just that's how
I
it
know
happened.
I know
But yeah, I will
for
say,
you it worked
no,
for you
yeah.
it worked to
Because
get
I
that
will
specific
say
issue.
that, because here's what I used to do back when I worked at my local resale shop. Because a lot of times what people would do, now you can't really do this with vacuums, but if you have an actual storefront and you're selling like secondhand items, and you're running the store, so you make the decisions. What we would do is we'd be like, okay, we would tell them, because we don't want to tell customers no, we would tell them that we would hold it, but if someone else wanted it, we'd still give it to them. And 99 times out of 100, the other person didn't come back for it anyways. So, because that's my biggest thing. It's not necessarily the issue that I don't have is holding it for people. Because my thing is, look, if every single person that ever wanted me to hold something actually bought it for the hold price, I would do it. Because if I gotta wait a little bit longer, but I get more money, sure, why not? And not everyone wants to make that decision. But for me, that's okay. My issue is that people would ask to hold it and they would never buy it. So instead of them saying, hey, can you hold it for longer, what they really mean is actually the opposite's going to happen. I'm never going to buy it. That's what they're actually telling me. In my experience, at least. 99, literally 99 times out of 100. Because even like normal customers, if they're meeting me to buy a vacuum, at list price, they can even talk me down. I've had people talk me down to 50% of the price, and they don't show up. Like, where we schedule the time, we schedule the place, they say, oh yeah, we're still meeting in, a half hour. And then I arrive, they never show up. This happened to me all the time. It's to the point where I don't even bother meeting people in person anymore. Unless they're like persistent, because I'm like, this is not worth my time. Because I'm not kidding. 19 times out of 20, people would not show up. Like, it was that bad. And I just said, fuck this. I'm just gonna ship now. Be like, I don't care if you're in the same town. I'm shipping it to you. Fuck off.
Yeah, for me, more often than not, and this is my perspective, is because I used to do a lot of photography resale before the pandemic.
Right.
One of the things is, usually when I was selling cameras, you never went for, oh, this person, you never went for the guy that says, oh, can you hold this for me? Because more often than not, they just wanted you to save it for them until they had the money for it. In my personal opinion,
right,
you should always go for the guy that's going to give you the amount you want, you should give them the most, or that's going to give you the most profit and take up the least amount of your time.
Mm-hmm.
If they're just going to bullshit you and take up and waste a lot of your time, then that's them trying to camouflage the fact that they don't have the money for the item.
I appreciate when customers are just honest. Like, look, I don't have the money right now. Can you hold it until I have money? Sure.
And it's the thing. It's one of those things that a lot of people should realize when it comes to resale, both online and locally, is don't just hold shit. Like, unless they can do something like provide a photographic evidence that they have the money for the item, don't just hold shit because one guy you don't know asked you to. I don't give a shit if they're a collector or not. If some motherfucker is goes to buy a camera from me and says, hey, can you hold it? I'll give you $5 more for it. Then I'm just going to tell them to fuck off because they more than likely don't have the money for it.
Right.
Yeah. True.
Man, this guy in the comments just going, what kind of college degree do you have?
Can we all just be nice? It's a fucking vacuum cleaner. Jesus Christ.
No. Jeez, man.
On your live stream,
Is it
Tracy?
supposed to rain tonight?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like I'm seeing I'm seeing some of these people that a couple of these people they're just like
This is
bickering
the
and
dumbest thing
debating.
I've ever heard. They're literally saying, dude, Vaclab said the Mila, or not Mila, I'm sorry. He said, dude, Vaclab says the Dyson cleans better than Mila.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I hate to dredge up drama and stuff, but it's one of those things where it's like, guys, you know, there's multiple YouTubers out there that cover this industry. You shouldn't base your opinion on just what one guy says.
We all know Vaclab is just an entertainer, okay? He just gets on, does his little show. That's it.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah, it's like, he's someone that if you like his content, more power to you. Just don't force it down people's throats like an asshole.
I agree with that. He
Yeah.
makes good content on suction tests and
What time do
certain
you work?
tests, but not very
I
many.
go to work at 11, so yes.
They don't really mean anything. The whole, like, Excel
But if somebody
spread
wants to go
and
put
sheet
this,
of
open the
just
car
him
door.
I'll
weighing
agree with
vacuum
some of his
bags.
tests are okay, but like only 2 of the tests are okay. The rest of them are
It'll
just
be fine
no.
for tonight.
It's just goofy.
Like the carpet shredder test, sand in the carpet, Alex does a better job. And baking soda, again, Alex does a better job.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of trying to make like everyone's channel like a dick measuring contest as far as which one's the best. But because my thing is just like, look, even if someone like tries to do a test and ends up doing it poorly, I think they're still contributing, because like even if like their results are an outlier from what other people get, then at least you can tell that it's an outlier. And I don't see any negative value as far as that being there, because I like Vaclab's videos. The restoration videos and all that stuff, like I like all that stuff.
Me too, but
Because sometimes I want to just sit back and watch someone vacuum their whole house for 10 minutes, because why the fuck not?
Yeah, once again, it's one of those things that it's just like, you're entitled to. It's like you have the right to enjoy someone else's content. We don't have an issue. It's like we don't have an issue with you liking another YouTuber's content. It's just we find it very annoying when we see people in the chat. They'll try and debate us over our opinions and shit.
Yeah.
Because you decided to take what one YouTuber said as gospel and told anyone that dares blaspheme on their word to insult them and say, no, you're wrong. No, your opinion is wrong. It's
Don't
do
take
that
Vaclab
shit.
as gospel. Don't take Vacuum Wars as gospel. Don't take Performance Reviews as gospel. Don't take Intellitech Studios as gospel. Don't take anybody's channel as gospel. It's a fucking vacuum cleaner. There really shouldn't be any drama, but somehow the fact that there is honestly kind of impressive, as much as it is annoying.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, dude, who fucking cares if you like one brand over the other? It's like, listen, everyone's going to have different recommendations. Everyone's going to want to collect different machines. You really shouldn't try forcing people to like what you like.
Right.
Because that's how you get more people against you than in your favor. Is when you try and be a dick and say, no, but you have to like this because this person said so. That's how you're going to get more people telling you to fuck off.
It's
calling you an idiot.
can I if I'm being honest, it's the only reason I even what?
Will you turn the porch light off, please?
There you go.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Well, moving on. Continuing where you left off at. Yeah, you really shouldn't take YouTubers as gospel. You should always try and form your own opinion first. Because at the end of the day, your opinion is going to matter over everybody else's. If you think that one brand's better than another one, and you've tried their machines and thought, yeah, I like this one over the other, more power to you. We're not going to give you shit for liking that. The issue comes more when you try and force that shit onto other people.
Right. Look,
Or when
if
you
you like,
try and
if you
start
like,
shit or pick fights with people
yeah.
over your opinion and shit.
If you like Dyson, if you like Shark, if you like Bissell, Sibo, Miele, Electrolux, Kirby, Phantom, whatever the fuck other brands I'm not thinking of, who gives a shit? It's a vacuum cleaner. Like what you like.
Your opinion is your opinion. If you don't like some, more power to you.
Opinions are like assholes. We all
Yeah.
have them.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we should at least.
Well, it's a case of we all have them. Don't make yours stink worse than all the others.
Yep.
Yeah.
That should be your goal.
Try not to.
Yeah.
Don't make yourself a target. Don't put a target on your back because you picked fights or
Yeah.
tried to debate somebody in their fucking Discord server.
Okay, I just want to say for the record, I did not ban anybody, so don't get on my ass because
Yeah, no, I'm not getting.
I'm talking
I'm
to people in the chat because people are like, that's why y'all ban me. I didn't do shit. That's not my server. So because I don't ban people unless they're on a block list.
And here's
So I'm
the
just
thing.
saying that for the record.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
In fact,
So the person
I've fought
that's-
you on bans before. In fact, so
into
yeah.
the person, and I want to point this out now to the person that is claiming, "Oh, you banned me from the server." We didn't ban you because of your opinions. You were banned because you're a literal child trying to get into a server full of adults.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Well, yeah,
It's
there's an
not
age limit on the server. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Explicit
sorry,
language.
dude.
All
Yeah,
clear.
like you should. Like, sorry, dude, but rules are rules, and we kind of like having our server.
Well, we don't want to have our new server destroyed like our last one.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's just we would rather not have Discord take down our server or have an admin or something emailing us saying, "Hey, what the fuck's going on here? There's a bunch of fucking kids here."
Yeah,
we would rather not
because
have
people
to deal
forget.
with something like that.
Yeah, because people forget that like that's not an our server thing. That's Discord, the platform.
Yes,
That's
it is
a
a
rule.
platform-wide rule that, hey, you really shouldn't have kids and shit in your server. We didn't write the rules. We're just enforcing them.
Yeah. Because I mean, yeah.
Not our job to
Yeah.
get in trouble for kids.
Yeah, it's
And yeah,
one of those
and-
things where it's
And also,
Go
like,
ahead,
I'd
James.
rather my YouTube chat not be the main complaint page for this server
Yeah.
that I don't even own.
exactly.
The only reason I even
another
started
thing.
the only reason I even started promoting this one over my own server was because my own server is basically dead, and I basically ignore it unless people want to like join it if they want to, like people in the
Exactly.
server want to join as like a backup. But it's like I don't
Exactly,
promote
and
it
that's-
because I don't give a shit enough to worry about Discord because I have my own business to worry about.
True.
Exactly, and it's one of those things.
Tracy?
What?
Oh, man.
What? What?
Would you share an invite?
Sure.
To voice text?
Yeah. I'll send an invite to my server for those who want to join. That's cool. I might do the thingy that Robert was bitching me about too, if I remember. Well, whatever. But yeah. So that's because I know some people were like, oh, why don't you invite people to the server? Well, my server got rated 2. And the only reason that I don't add people to it is because I'm not an expert as far as how Discord works. So my friend Jesse is the one who deals with all the main like settings on my server. So, and if you don't remember Jesse, he was on a few streams like last summer. So if you see him, he was the nerdy Pikachu, the nerdy Pokemon dude. So
Someone asked what's the age minimum on our
It's
server?
18 years old.
Yeah.
It's 18. We seriously, because we don't want to. It's one of those things that we rule with a heavy fist for a reason, because we can.
Legally, you have to.
Yeah, because literally that shit jeopardizes the server if we just let any old kid in. It's not just because we don't want drama. No, it's because if we get a bunch of kids in the server, that shit, we can literally get our accounts fucking terminated for that. And I don't just mean because I'm the owner. No, I can get mine terminated. Alex can get his. Chance can get his. Everyone can.
Yep.
It's one of those things where whenever shit like that happens, they don't just go, "Oh, we're just gonna go for the individual use. Oh, we're just gonna,
No.
give you a slap on the wrist and tell you, hey, you got to throw these users out."
It's
No,
like the equivalent of when you were in school and someone walks up to you and punches you in the face and you both get suspended.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although in my
Yeah,
case, you
it's-
get suspended for longer, even though you got hit.
It's one of those things where we can't run the risk. That's the thing. It's one of those things where the risk isn't worth the reward.
Right.
Oh,
No, it's not.
so-
It's sorry, but it's not.
And I just want to say, because I want to emphasize this too, that just because you can't come into the server doesn't mean that, like, look, because we all started this hobby at a young age. There's nothing wrong with starting vacuum collecting or vacuum repair at a very
absolutely.
young age. But at
You
the
can
same
start at a
time,
young age.
there's, there are other communities where you can talk to people your own age, because
Yeah, there's the Facebook groups, there's subreddit,
Right.
there's Vacuum Land.
and I mean,
There is
technically you
multiple
shouldn't be on
other
those platforms
places.
either if you're underage, but like it's not as like, obviously that's a deal with your parents. That's obviously
It's
your
one of
parents.
Yes,
those
it's
things
not-
where
Get in trouble.
Discretion,
forever.
yeah, it's one of those things where we just can't, where it's not worth the reward.
Right.
It's not worth us getting in. It's not worth us getting our asses chewed out or potentially having our accounts terminated. Because all it takes is
Right.
Discord's a lot like YouTube. All it takes is one or two people saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
why are you guys swearing so much when you have kids in the server? Or why are you making all those dirty jokes when you have kids in the server?" And boom, server's gone. All of our accounts are gone.
Right.
We can't, it's
And
one
just
of
for
those things.
the record, I want to say, because it's like, while I do go bowling with Susan Wojcicki every Wednesdays, I don't even know the name of Discord's CEO. So
No one knows.
if exactly, so we'd be in deep shit. So like there is no sort of like, well, I can pull the right strings. No.
No.
Somebody on Tracy's chat said, but if Discord is 13 plus, why is this one 18 plus?
I've already gone over that. It's
Okay.
because we don't want to run the risk of being reported by somebody's mom or some shit because we made a dirty joke at the wrong time,
Yeah.
or we
Right.
said fuck at the wrong time.
It's
Yeah.
just
On-
safer that way for
Yeah.
everybody involved.
It saves us a ton of time and it's less
Right.
of a headache that way.
And just because we say the server's 18 plus, that doesn't mean it's a not safe for work server. So
Yeah.
because I know a lot of people will be like, oh, it's 18 plus, and that must mean that this is happening. No. It's just to cover our asses.
It's just to keep kids from saying, telling their parents we said the
It's
F
so
word.
that way.
No, it's not even that.
It's so
No,
that way
it's
if
not
little
even that. It's
Timmy's
literally
it's
just
so
we
if
don't
little
feel like
Timmy's so if little Timmy's mom is a
Paper.
friggin' Karen and wants to like try to get people in trouble because her son saw
Yeah.
boobs, or not saw boobs, but like saw someone say the word boobs or whatever.
Do you want me
And-
to explain this? Because
It'd be better if you explained it.
I was gonna say, as the server owner, it's more a case of this. I've seen YouTube accounts taken down over petty bullshit, and I would kind of rather not have our Discord server taken down over petty moral bullshit.
Okay, now that
It's-
we've addressed that, can we please
That's
go
all
back?
it is. And
Yeah.
we would like to move on from this.
Because
I would
just
rather not
us
just-
bitching
I'd
about the
rather-
Discord thing just lost me like 2/3 of my concurrent viewers.
It's- whatever, you're gonna make that money back in replays anyway.
I mean, I already got $12 from the chat revenue, and if more people want
Exactly,
to,
see?
hey, and also for those who are still here, if you want a super chat, that would be
Poop.
lovely.
Poop.
True.
Super chat
Exactly.
$250.
Fucking
Make sure
do
you
it! I
say
dare you!
poop.
I dare you! Whoever's listening to this, I dare you! Super chat me 250.
Somebody.
Super chat me your stimulus, 1,400
Once again,
pesos.
unless you're like I just want to point this out. Unless you're like a kid or some shit, I really would I would laugh my ass off.
I am not
We're just
responsible
sitting
if you
here-
take your mom's credit card and send me a super chat.
Yeah,
I do
was
not
gonna say,
recommend it for your
I
own
would-
life and safety, depending on your parent. And
I would
plus,
laugh
because
my
that would
ass
probably
off
just
if-
get that probably just get rebounded anyways, because I'm sure they would
They get charged
fight
back.
it. Yeah, charge back. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah, so don't do that.
But yeah, I would laugh my ass off if during one of these streams we're all just sitting here shooting the shit, and then suddenly, oh, $250 donation.
Yeah.
Hey, we're just
And,
sitting there going
hey,
like, what the fuck?
And remember, I said if so, what'd you say it was $4.50? I said if someone donates a super chat, that's the MSRP of a Quantum. I will buy one.
Oh boy.
I didn't say it was a new one, but I'll buy one.
This shit's gonna be like Kickstarter now, fucking crowdfunding.
They bullied me in the
Some
old chat for
channel.
liking Dyson. Long story short. Okay, first off, if you're the person that I'm thinking of, I fucking defended you. So no,
Yes, this is
because
the person you're
I
talking about.
understood what you were trying to say, and
Yeah.
and
one
I
of
will
those
say
things
that
where-
people did get pissed at you, but at the same time, it was the actual reason you were banned was the age thing.
You're a literal child.
Yeah.
The other part
It
was
was-
just crossfire. It wasn't the actual reason,
it's-
even though it did look that way, and that's
No,
obviously
I will
was a
look at-
problem.
Yeah, it's one of those things where literally I could go through the ban list, and yeah, no kids allowed.
Right.
Yeah.
That is
no
the
one-
ban reason.
Like
No
I
one
said
else-
earlier, there's nothing wrong if you like Dyson. There is nothing wrong if you like any brand. You are allowed to like what you like, but no
Yeah.
kids in the server.
Yeah, that's true, and we
That's
have
simple.
a free country.
America, fuck yeah.
But it's once again, it's one of those things where, sorry man, rules are rules. We don't
You
want
have
to
to have
jeopardize.
rules.
Yeah, we're not going to jeopardize the server just to let one guy in.
Can we please move on from this topic?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please. We
tired
don't
of
need
hearing
any more
about
of
it.
this.
I'm
Oh
tired
wow,
of
our
fucking-
viewers went back up to 8. Okay,
Oh, we're at 10.
Yeah, I'm
I see
tired of
8.
having to be Mr. I'm tired of having to be the fucking guy that's tired of being fucking
anyways.
school principal. And
So,
fucking-
anyways, to Dylan, in the chat, sorry if anyone was mean, and let's just cut it right there. So we're all square now. Everyone's good. Anyways, let's move on. So, about that airline food, and about
I have this for-
apparently suggestively caressing a shark.
No, this is going for sale. I'm not keeping this.
How much you want
No.
for it?
50.
I'll give you 50 cents and an expired Circuit City gift card.
No, that thing's junk. Decent. Still not good. Anyway. I've got Mila's upstairs, and also I have some Electroluxes. I'm sorry if I was... What? Oh. So how's everybody doing so far?
Pretty good.
I'm alright.
I mean, did I say pretty good? I said that entirely wrong.
You said
kind
you're
of,
alright.
mostly dog shit,
Oh,
but I'm
thanks.
alright.
I've been
if that makes
moving
sense.
stuff all day.
Yeah.
But I'm alright so far.
But yeah. Okay, I think I'm still gonna keep the chat in the Discord. But as far as the YouTube, I think should I? You know what? No, I got 10 viewers. I'll keep this going. Yeah.
but
So
it's like
never mind.
one
Scratch what I
thing.
said. Once I get it back down to like 4 or 5, then I guess I'll cut the YouTube end of it. But yeah, let's see. I have a Cibo X4 automatic that is beat to absolute shit, but then again I got it for free, so I'm going to buy new parts. But in the meantime, I'll use parts from my Windsor sensor.
Who
Nice.
said that?
Anonymous who?
Oh,
You can see it in the chat.
oh. Actually named Anonymous Who.
Yeah, no, yeah. Like that's what I said.
As we were talking about the other night, I know SIBO for $700 or $800 does not have a brush roll shut off on their X series.
Because of the squeegee.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's just how they designed it originally in '95 or whenever.
Yeah,
'Cause
brush
that-
roll probably weren't common back then.
Wait, what were we talking about? I just zoned out for another
Oh.
5 seconds.
Your SIBO, it doesn't have a brush roll
saying
shut off for.
Yeah,
what I was
that
gonna
caught me
say
off guard, and that
was-
kind of pisses me off, even though I understand exactly why it doesn't. But I'm just like, what the
Chance, I
fuck?
hope you can. I hope you. Are you watching the stream right now?
I'll check.
About
Yeah, because it's
watching
it's
what?
showing your. It's showing your desktop feed, lol.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want people to see my face.
It's
Oh.
alright, whatever.
I mean, I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
He just has YouTube and Discord.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
I mean, I guess I'll put it on my beautiful face. There. Look at that. Beautiful. I need to shave. I need to cut my hair. Just floppy. I need to.
It sounds like you need to invest in a beard trimmer, buddy.
I have a beard trimmer. I just haven't been using it.
Ooh, is that?
That's why I said I need to trim my
Yeah.
beard, not I need to buy a beard trimmer.
Is that your sanitary right next to you on your left?
Yep. I just used to clean the house today,
Nice.
and I used the Honitor to clean underneath all the couch cushions, and then I used the sanitary to clean up all the shit that got knocked on the floor, and
Makes
just
sense.
clean the living room again.
Yeah.
And I used the clear track yesterday. It didn't get up a whole lot, just because I've been vacuuming literally every
This
single
person
day.
says in chat they got a CBO X4 for free.
That's epic.
Holy shit! What string did you pull
Anonymous
to get
Who?
that?
Where'd you get that
I mean,
from?
I got mine for like
That's cool.
$50 with shipping and everything, but mine was an X5.
Yeah, I know, but it's cool that you got it for free,
Oh,
man.
yeah. Honestly, the X4 is one that I want more than the X5, because I know people keep asking me, oh, that little thing that sticks out, you're going to like that because edge cleaning. I'm like, no, I fucking hate it.
I have
Although, is there
that.
anything stopping me from taking an X4 base and putting it on? Because they're interchangeable, right?
They're completely interchangeable.
I don't see why they wouldn't
Are
be.
they?
They are.
Because look, here's something that I actually, because my house isn't that big. So here's one thing, that, did you get the back base plate for your SIBO, Tracy? My bank account is in the negative, and I haven't gotten paid yet, so does that answer your question?
He still has a few days until then.
No.
I'm not going to give out any information.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that
haven't. I mean, it
shocks
doesn't
a
matter if
bitch.
I share my payday, but I mean, but there's no
I'll talk
point.
about
There's
that
no
later.
point. But yes, I haven't gotten paid from YouTube yet. So as a result, and the fact that I think it was Amazon Prime pulled out of my bank account, and now it's in the negative, so I can't charge anything.
Oh,
And
that's annoying.
which also means that I can't get any food. So, oops.
That's annoying.
It's annoying, but yeah. So you are lagging badly, sir. Am I? Is it
Well,
It's
lagging?
not lagging.
Discord is
know of.
instant. YouTube takes like a minute.
Is
to
anyone
get
like dual
everything
watching the stream as they're in it?
I am.
Oh, so
No,
it's
I got
smooth.
the stream up on my end. I just have the sound muted because I don't want it echoing.
No, he's good. Only one time he lagged. Oh yeah. Well, that's gonna happen. I'm on a friggin' 2011 desktop. Obviously, it's gonna lag occasionally.
And you're using it for Discord and YouTube.
And the hard drive's dying in it, which explains why it's a
Yeah,
bit slow.
YouTube streaming takes up a lot more. It takes up a lot more of your computer than people think.
Right.
Ugh.
But yeah, I need to get my actual desktop over here, but I don't have any way to do that until my roommates move out. Unless I take all the vacuums in the office and bring it over to my dad's, and then take my computer and put it in the office. But that's not gonna work because that would take way too much time.
That would take an hour.
Yeah, of driving back and forth with like 3 or 4 vacuums in my car at a time.
Oh no.
I could probably like get one of my friends to like let me borrow their truck, but like those machines, I am not putting them in the back of a truck.
No, they're too nice. Just
No, some of them are. Some of them I don't give a shit. But like, some of them, like you think I'm gonna put my fucking Kenmore Dry Tech in the back of a truck? Are you shitting me? No.
No, I hardly move. I'll move my vacuums one at a time in my Subaru SUV.
Subaru.
This is
Subaru.
there's a joke I want to make about Subaru owners. I'll make that off screen.
You're not offending me.
I have a Toyota, so there's not much you can offend me with.
See you guys later.
See you, man.
Oh,
See ya.
what
Take
brand
care.
of car does everybody drive? I know Tracy drives a Toyota.
Yep, I just said that.
Oh.
Subaru. Subaru.
We drive an Ascent.
Which, I mean, if you read it in another way, it says sub-uwu, which means
True.
something entirely different. So when are you getting the Mila U1, aka S7? When I get paid.
Yes, be patient.
From Ret TV 2. Or Ret 2 TV, I think it is.
That reminds me, I got both my Mila C1 and my U1/S7 for $50 each.
Right. And I'll probably get that Mila for about the same price as the SIBO.
And for 4 bags with the Mila, you get for $18 with 2 filters.
Right.
So I'd say that's a pretty good deal.
I see. That's the other thing is like I feel like I'm a little bit disappointed with the SIBO and the Mila because the SIBO I didn't even realize it doesn't have a brush roll shut off, and then the Mila I just found out the version I'm getting they're like, oh, that version doesn't have a headlight, and I'm like, excuse me, like
it's a 2012 model year because mine is the
this
same.
fucking $800 vacuum doesn't have a headlight. You
Nope.
Like, god damn it, Mila, get your shit together.
Not at all. Sadly.
Should I sell my U1 for parts or just keep it? Well, I mean, since I just said that I had a U1, hold on to it and I might buy it off you. What's wrong with it? Well, depending on what's wrong with it.
I would just keep it, Tracy.
No. I was reading a comment. Someone said, should I sell my U1 for parts or just keep it?
They're dumb then. Oh, it's that anonymous who.
Right.
They got a SIBO for free, so whatever.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call them dumb. That's a bit
I'm
harsh.
not calling them dumb. I'm just saying they got a SIBO for free.
Oh, dumb on behalf of the seller who sold them the SIBO. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not calling them dumb.
Understandable.
Okay.
Don't
Understandable.
want to offend anybody.
You know what I got for free? This bitch is heavy. Oh, I'm about to fall backwards. Okay, let's put this down.
Oh, you got the MY Clear Track.
I got the multi-level marketing scheme vacuum.
What is that?
I can smell the Karens from over here.
Because Amway.
Oh, me too.
Just kind of funny how that worked out. I probably tell some people, it's like, what vacuum do you have? I have an Amway. And they get like fucking PTSD. Because it's like, oh, I dealt with them. They didn't know what they were throwing out. Oh, no.
Well,
I got this for free from the vacuum store. You guys saw that vacuum save episode, right? With all the shit I got from the vacuum store?
Well, that's why I always prefer to call them the newer name, the Workhorse machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
Well,
too.
I don't call it Amway. I call it either the Workhorse or the Clear Track.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or if you want to be fancy, you can call it the carpet maintenance system.
No, the CMS 1000 is different from the Clear Track.
Yeah, but it's close enough. But yes, I mean, it is more appropriate to say Clear Track / Workhorse.
Yeah, that's what I'll call it.
That looks like a commercial vacuum the janitor uses. Well, it is a commercial vacuum, so that makes sense.
Yes, they're 100% commercial.
Yep.
No, they're not.
Well, commercial in the sense that they've been sold that way for years.
Right.
No.
It doesn't mean it.
Why do you say no? Like,
Here's the thing.
it has a thick, long commercial cord on it. It's built like a tank. It's CRI certified. What else could do? Oh, because the cord's not orange. Is that why it's not commercial?
Well, no. First of all, here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
The CRI has certified a bunch of other normal consumer machines, first of all.
Okay.
And second of all, having a grounded plug on it, it doesn't really mean much. It just means it's OSHA approved. I have a couple of machines in my collection that I would not call commercial at all, but they've still got 3-prong cords on them.
If you wouldn't call it commercial, then what would make it be worthy of being called commercial then?
Well,
Like, if not that, then what would make it be worthy of being commercial?
I mean, it depends.
I know some collectors who will say 3 grounded plug means.
Well, I didn't say it's commercial because it has a grounded plug. I said
I know
because
that.
the cord
I'm not
is
talking
thick.
about you, Tracy.
Because this is the thickness of like a commercial grade cord.
The first thing I would say is no height adjuster. So that's
yes.
like the CMS one for me. The CMS 1000 is more of a commercial machine than the normal workhorse.
But the
is.
CMS 1000 doesn't have a height adjuster. The other two do.
Yeah, I know. It's automatic.
What? What does that have to do with it being commercial?
Dildo.
Are you forgetting about the G1? Are you forgetting about a lot of sanitaires? Because those also have height adjustments.
Oh, fuck the G1. I think it's like make it humble.
But how are you basing that on being commercial?
I mean, does it have a metal brush roll?
Because that's not. No. You don't need a metal brush roll to be commercial.
Yes, you do.
What about your Oryx? Those don't have metal brush rollers. Those have wood brush rollers.
They have wood ones.
Yeah.
It works just as good.
Okay. This is a wood brush roll.
It's all
You know what else is a wood brush roller? The Phantom Thunder. You know what the Phantom Thunder is based on? A commercial machine.
Yeah. It has no premotor filter, so it's not really good for commercial
That
use.
doesn't mean anything. It's still a commercial machine. Whether or not you think it's a good commercial machine, it's a machine that was sold for commercial cleaning.
No, you know what a commercial machine is, Chance?
It's what you fucking use commercially.
No. You know an example.
You know what? You know what can be a commercial machine? This is gonna cause
nuts.
This is gonna cause people's heads to explode. You know what can be a commercial machine?
That
shark.
sanitary hold up. Shark?
A shark? Yeah. Because you know what makes a commercial machine? You use it commercially.
You very much could.
Because I do.
You could use
Along with the clear track and the big green.
You could use a $30 Dirt Devil as a commercial machine.
You know how many hotels I've seen with power forces on their equipment racks?
Hold on.
A lot.
Local businesses have used Bissell Power Forces. Everybody.
Like really good quality hotels, power forces.
I know the old school ones. Doesn't mean they're good though.
I've seen some of the new ones too, but like if one of the old ones shat out, they use one of the new ones, not the commercial ones, the Walmart ones.
I know this.
They do that. I'm more so saying this for the viewers.
Oh yeah, makes
for the
sense.
chat.
Not all of us are collectors with over 50 machines.
Right.
Check your DMs, Chance.
I'm not checking shit.
Please.
Fine.
Maybe ask politely, like with the computer.
Yeah, that's very true.
See?
Yeah.
Got your ass.
It's not a matter of being brave. It's a matter of will it do the job in a satisfactory fashion.
Yeah.
Will it do the trick? Will it leave you feeling satisfied?
Yes.
And clean.
No.
Or the opposite.
I was feeling clean. I was in that situation. Oh no.
Hey, and Telltech, watch out. There's a clown behind you. Joke's on you. I don't believe in clowns.
He no-sells your fucking scare tactics. Look at fucking Chance the Giga Chad.
Why are you
over
calling?
here. He's like,
Why are you calling my dog a clown? You bitch.
hey, watch those B words, man.
You didn't get the joke. Ruby's a girl.
I know. I know.
Yes.
B words.
I've seen Dirt Devil Visions and Bissell Clean Views being used commercially at Pizza Huts back then. Oh wow.
Oh no! That is horrible.
Remember Pizza Huts? Can't imagine the grease in them.
I actually just saw a Dirt Devil
Oh god.
at a Chinese restaurant.
My local Chinese restaurant had a Hoover Elite Rewind.
They used to have a Bissell. What is it? It's the one that's got that square pre-motor filter in the top.
Square?
Well, I'll accept a video on why you shouldn't be using a lot of these fucking. I've said this in previous streams. I'll say it again. Please, for the love of God, if you own a business, and if you're a restaurant or you work in food service, just don't buy a vacuum. Just period. Because here's the thing. Using a machine for food service or in the restaurant industry, that's a fast track to get any repair shop to refuse service on your machine. Or that's a good way to get them to get a fat ass bill from them for cleaning or for labor. Like seriously.
Yeah, but
Or
I
just-
would rather it have like grease in it than like literal shit.
Both are bad.
Because-
You really should.
Because
Serious.
like I would much rather service a machine that was used in a restaurant than one that was used in a pet daycare.
I know, but that's one of those things that you should really try to avoid from both.
Especially if it's a direct air machine. Okay, first off, here's a spicy take. Direct air machines don't belong in commercial environments.
They really don't.
Period.
Period.
Yes, I know, or a commercial, blah, 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 or a commercial. No.
Here's the thing, or commercials is the one exception.
You know what? Hotels, because they're known for hotels.
Yeah, but
But like
Aren't they-
hotels, like no hotel really is going to get that bad after a night. And if it is, then you're probably more worried about the tenant.
Hotels and other miscellaneous retail storefronts.
Right.
Yeah.
If you have like a small store or something in like a strip mall, then yeah, an or commercial will work perfectly fine for you. But
Like
if you're a
like
fucking
like if you're like
restaurant,
if you're like an AT&T store like in a strip mall where you got like that really thin like wavy carpet, not wavy but like with the little patterns on it. Sure. Oric, because that's a low enough pile where a crappy like performing Oric will still clean it adequately.
it's not even crappy performance. It's just one of those cases where
Yeah.
it's an environment that those are environments that a direct air machine works best in.
Right.
Yeah.
And or best in.
Something
It's-
I will mention: if you're using a vacuum in a hotel, it should be a SIBO. Just because
No.
you're constantly using it, you need something that'll last.
Yeah, but any of those other machines can. Well, if they're taken care of, they can last. But I will say that if you're talking about a hotel where in many cases they're not going to be taken care of properly, then yes, I see what you're saying. Because
Yeah, that's exactly
SIBOs
what I-
can take a
I really
beating.
don't. I'm sorry, but in the case of a in a hotel, no.
Compared to an Oric?
Yeah, no.
Hmm.
It's one of those things where no, I can't see
Well-
that one.
Why not? Because the SIBO is undeniably easier to service than an Oric in terms of like doing it quickly
No.
without tools. If you
No,
get shit
it-
wrapped up in a SIBO brush, you just pop it out and pop it back in.
Yeah, but here's the thing with an Oric, it's literally if something gets stuck in the brush, if it gets like a ton of air and shit caught up in there, just get a pair of scissors and you cut the hair off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't have a pair of scissors, you can just take the brush roll out of a
Who the fuck
SIBO
doesn't have a pair of
and
scissors?
pull it all off.
in
If
their
you're a
cleaning
hotel and
kit?
you gotta clean a room because someone's about to be in it in the next 10 minutes, you don't have time to go grab a fucking pair of scissors.
That's why you keep one on you, dude. If the
What
fucking,
about if you need attachments?
and just get a fucking commercial mighty might.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
because carrying 2 machines is
No.
and worrying
Well,
about
no,
2
that's
machines.
the other thing. If
I
you,
see what
it's
you're
a,
saying, but like I see how like I could understand why people would pick the SIBO because yeah, you invest more in the machine, but it's a
they're
lot
lazy
easier for
bitches. That's
people
why
to
they
deal
get a
with.
SIBO.
What?
It's
Huh?
because they're lazy bitches. That's why they get a SIBO. I know I'm being a dick.
Yeah.
But have you expected nothing less from me? Anything else to be civilized.
I can understand 2 machines, but hotel carts aren't really designed for that.
I wasn't saying you should carry 2 machines around. I'm saying you should carry on one or the other.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eh.
It's like, dude.
I'd prefer an upright for hotel use personally.
Because the thing is, like, you could reach more places with like a commercial Mighty Might or something. You can reach high up places with a commercial Mighty Might than you would a SIBO G1 or a commercial Warwick or whatever the fuck you prefer.
True. I would also rather use a S7 over a G1 personally, but
Exactly. See,
that's just me.
So why'd you recommend SIBO to begin with then? You could have
Because
said,
they're more reliable.
you could have told the viewers at home, no. Fuck that SIBO shit. Fuck that Windsor shit. We're
You know what you
real.
should get? You should get a Dyson Kinetic. That's the
Oh,
best
no.
one
Real
for.
super cleaners around these parts. We
Yeah,
know.
sure.
We
Have
fuck.
fun at your local vac shops always needing to go by
You
there.
should get a Musu.
I mean, in fairness, if you don't go by there when you need to, what are you doing?
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm personally obviously a collector and I can actually fix my own machines, so I don't have to go to the vac shop, but not everybody's that way.
Yeah.
And not all of us are collectors.
I kind of like being able to fix my own shit because I can go to the vac shop and see what vacs he has, but I never have to bother him with actually doing anything. When I give him money, it's because I'm helping him clear up space, not because, you know, I have some dipshit machine that like has fallen apart.
Or buying parts from the vac shop.
Well, I do that.
Always buy parts from the shop.
Yeah, I always try to do that whenever I can.
I do too, because
I just haven't really gotten around to doing it too much.
if I need parts for a Mila or a SIBO, I'm gonna go there.
Well, that's the last place I would go to my local shop because it isn't dealing either of those.
Oh, my local shops.
If I had a Tacony, then yeah.
Well, all of those machines at my local shop would be easy taken care of, but I know not all shops are the same.
Right.
And I guess Mila and
Shit,
SIBO
that's
were
fine.
rare in your parts.
Well, yeah, because literally, I've never seen a Mila in person, and I never saw a SIBO in person until a week ago.
I've had a Mila for over 2 years this year,
Yep.
but yeah, I didn't see one in the wild until then, and the first one I got was shipped from eBay.
Yeah. Oh god, I hated the Kinetic Big Ball because whenever I had one in to repair, the motors were already shot in them. Yep, that's a pretty common story with those.
What the hell is this? Wait a minute. I was looking at Facebook Marketplace before, but I look at chat and this dude said, my local ramen restaurant banned me for screaming I'm pickled.
I didn't even see that.
What did you not see, Tracy?
I didn't see Sloth's comment. Adam Spy says, "What the hell?" Yep, that's pretty much my entire life story at this point. Just what the hell.
I don't know what the hell happened.
He said some things, but I guess he retracted the messages before I could even see him.
I don't know either.
I don't either.
Weird shit.
I wasn't watching the stream. I was on Discord.
You should be watching the stream.
I am watching it now.
watch the stream. You know why you always watch the stream?
So you catch what's happening.
No, you always watch the stream so you can write down what IKEA furniture he has in his house.
Yeah.
So then you can have a setup just like his.
This is, well, first off, this isn't supposed to be my actual setup. Oh, well, then again. No, because oh, I wasn't supposed to take that seriously, was I?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
I'll shut up
maybe
then.
Say.
Can I tell you a secret?
What, Tracy?
It's the Walmart knockoffs of IKEA, not even real IKEA.
Alright, I was fucking boner from that. Thank you for
I'm actually being serious.
Uh,
These tables, my entertainment center that's still at my desk, it's all knockoff IKEA. This desk came from Walmart.
If I put you through a desk.
Probably this one, because this one wobbles all over the place. Can you see that? Yeah.
oh. IKEA furniture.
I hate this desk, but it was only $40, so can you really complain? And it wasn't marked down or anything. So it's a shit desk.
It's a shit-esque.
Desk.
I know, yeah. Shit
What if I just
Intelitech Studios, when is the next vacuum saved? It's actually coming very soon, so funny you ask. I will not spoil the actual date because that would not incentivize people to subscribe. But it is likely coming very soon. In fact, there's 2 that I have planned. But the second one will not go up until I get all the machines that I just talked about getting. So once those are all in my possession, that will be the online edition. And then the previous edition will probably be the vacuum store edition.
Yeah, and nobody's gonna know what's in it. You know why?
No.
Unless I'm gonna spoil this now.
No.
I make a secret cameo appearance in it. You get to see me for all of about 5 seconds.
Nice.
Is there any good vacs? Oh, from those save videos? I will tell. I'm not gonna spoil it on the stream, but I will mention it in the chat later on, so you, lovely Rick Hoover, will know.
I know what he gets. I know the best machine he ever got. It's a gold-plated dildo he found in one of them.
It's not gold plated.
Oh, could you not afford that? Did you have to get the
No, it's bronze plated.
You suck.
We'll talk about this after stream ends.
Or I don't know what type of plating it is, but it's very squishy.
Oh wow, we still have 8 people on here.
Yes, lovely. I have only seen a couple of cheap machines from my local thrift store because they all mostly have as higher end machines like Miele, Sebo, Dyson, Ricard, and Simplicity. Are you complaining that your thrift store has high end machines? That sounds awesome.
I would buy every one of them.
I would buy them all in a heartbeat. I would just go there my whole stimulus. No, I would buy all of them. Why the fuck not?
Well, no, for me, I wouldn't buy all of them, but that would be cool if you're finding like older shit there, man.
I would totally buy all of them.
Welcome back, Nate.
Bam, there's the thrift store edition of Vacuum Saved right there, one and done.
You guys are still on.
Give me that fucking money, bro. All your Vacuum Saved money.
Yeah, Nate, don't mind us. We're just talking about.
Give me those hundreds of thousands of views, baby.
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're back, Nate.
Yeah.
Noticed we were still on.
See me,
Yep.
I don't. You see me, I don't.
Yo, what's
I
poppin',
don't
people?
get
This is
involved
Fake
with
Big
them
Coco
on
right
this.
here, the most delicious commentatorith on the internet.
I don't
Are you still streaming?
Yep.
He is, yeah.
Okay.
What, you can't tell? You're not
Well,
watching
I
it?
don't know.
We're not
I
You're
just-
not watching it, you scrub?
No. I just wanted to know if I could say anything really bad or not, so I'm not going to.
No. But I'll let you know whenever I cut the YouTube stream, so that way you will be free to say all the profanities that your heart desires.
Yeah, because we're,
I'm gonna drop the most vile, evil profanity. You
The
people
language
have-
will be
I will
off the
drop
wall.
the worst possible thing that
You
you
know
can
what I'm
think
about
of
to say?
that will
People are
certainly not be at all
fucking
controversial. And I'm
You
going to
people
drop
are
that totally
hypocrites.
non-controversial swear word right now. Trump.
Yeah. No, he's
no,
no.
yeah, I agree with that one. He is very controversial.
Anyways,
Yeah, we're very. Whole stream's demonetized now because I said
Trump.
yeah.
This
Can't
stream
say
is about to
that
get
on
trumped.
Twitter.
Well, we
Can't
could
say
just say we're trumping stuff. Kidding.
Trump cards. Oh, is this Yu-Gi-Oh? You have your Trump card out?
No, I'm not.
Oh no, I just dropped my wallet and all my pens fell out. Ha 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 ha, puns.
You fucking pull the dual disc out. You see Seto Kaiba with his little ass. I got a blue eyes white dragon, guys. You say, fuck you. I got the deportation card.
Mike Pence is a closet queer. What?
And you never fucking see Seto Kaiba again. So yeah.
Intelitech Studios, what vacuums can you recommend? Okay, what can I recommend? I can recommend going from least expensive from least expensive to most expensive. I can recommend the Power Force bag, the Power Lifter bag pet, the Hoover Tempo T series. Robert, I'm gonna fucking mute you if you don't play nice. You're not blowing out my viewers' eardrums, please.
I cannot mute myself.
I recommend
Black and Decker.
No, I don't recommend the Black and Decker.
Packer.
I recommend the damn it, I forgot what I was thinking of. Okay, it's easier for me to recommend a vacuum if you have a price range in mind.
Whatever money you have.
But at some point, I'll make a video just like of everything that I recommend. Just so I stop having to answer this fucking question.
Okay.
What?
Whatever you can afford to a certain extent.
Enough trolling for me for 5 minutes.
Right. All right, night. Good night, Rick Hoover.
Good night.
Good night.
Naruto.
Good night. We totally
Between $15 and to $40. Oh God. If that's the case, then go on eBay and buy a direct from Bissell refurbished 1739, and call it a day. You can get that for like $25-$30 direct from Bissell. It's probably gonna arrive a little bit dusty, so you have to wipe it down, but inside it'll be clean. Intelitech Studios, do you recommend Dirt Devils? No.
I have
Next question.
I have a used condom inside of it. That's just from the office party they had at the Chinese factory. Don't just ignore it. Don't worry about it.
Jesus Christ.
I was there.
No, that's at the Dirt Devil. That's in the Dirt Devil. Anyways. Oh God, we got more people. Oh hey, it's the fuzzy one. What's up? Okay. Yeah.
I unclogged a shark the other day. There's a pair of panties inside of the hose.
Oh, wonderful.
Pantyhose? Like panties inside the hose or pantyhose?
No way.
Panties inside of the hose.
What color were they?
Black.
Oh.
They looked like they belonged to a slightly larger woman.
Oh
I
no.
laughed.
I love that. Like just the monotone voice. I laughed.
Yeah.
Need anything because YouTube.
That must have been Fat Glass Machine.
Oh my God, the most expensive machine I've seen at my thrift store was $62, and it was a Cibo X4 with the manual height adjustment, but it looked brand new, and it had its box. Well, if
That
it
was
an
probably a
X4,
G1, not an
I was gonna say it's a
X4.
G1, but a G1 in its box for $62? Jesus
said
Christ!
you recommend Shark.
I want to get a G1, but I don't want to get that boring black one. I want to get the turquoisey teal one.
Here's the thing about the G1. It's a nice machine. However, that whole neck assembly can go bad easily. And it'll start to say on the little electronic things that you have a clog all the time, and it'll shut the machine down after like 30 seconds.
Wait, so you're telling me the one with the automatic thing is more reliable than the one with the manual?
Yeah.
That's weird, because you would think the mechanical shit
It's
would
really
fail
weird.
more. Yeah.
It doesn't happen all the time.
Well, yeah.
But I've seen it multiple times now.
Like if someone's like really rough with it.
Yeah, in commercial.
And Teletech Studios, do you recommend Sharks? Believe it or not, sometimes I do, but rarely. Because well, here's my problem with Sharks. Because the original Navigator Lift Away, that I can recommend, that's a solid machine. It's been on the market long enough. They're decently reliable, especially by Shark standards, and you can find parts for them. But my thing is, like the Apexes and the Lift Away Speeds, I'm getting some of those in, by the way, to review. So, but here's the thing. A lot of people hate the dual clean. I love the dual clean system. But the rest of the machine, I fucking hate. So I'm so torn because the dual clean system is really cool. I really like the soft roller. It works very well on floors. The overall like performance of the machines, they're not the best at deep cleaning carpet, but there's definitely worse shit out there. It's just like it's such a polarizing machine that it's like I freaking love the dual clean system, but like the rest of the machine is just so hard to recommend because they fail all the time. There's always a constant battle as far as finding parts or getting replacement things. It's just such a hassle that like even though I really like the dual clean system, it makes it really hard to recommend a modern Shark. At least the Apex models that I've tried. Now, I am at some point going to try out some of the lift away speeds, like the more lighter weight models, and I'm going to see if those are worthy of recommendation, because those potentially will address the weight issues that I have with the Apexes. But that's the thing. It's just like if you can deal with not finding parts, and if you are somehow comfortable with the fact that you can't really get parts for those unless you go through Shark and you are upcharged up the ass.
Yeah.
If you're somehow okay with all of that and you find a good deal on it on a dual clean system, then sure, go for it. Certain models at least, because there are some that are better than others. Like
I wouldn't buy duo clean.
yeah, well, see, I can't say that I wouldn't buy duo clean because I'm about to buy one, but so in the most literal sense, I can't say that. But
Yeah.
whether or not I
can
recommend it,
with you, Tracy,
and the only reason
you're,
I'm even getting it is
you're,
because
reviewing it.
right. But here's the thing, because the thing is, I actually do like my Apex. I do like the duo clean system, but I don't like the Apex because it's way too heavy.
Yeah.
So if I want to get the older style lift away speed, which is the more lighter weight model, and I'm thinking if it works as good as far as performance, and it feels sturdy enough, and I can get parts from it still because it's a discounted model that's been out of production for a while. If I can still get parts for it, then maybe that will fly on my recommendations list. But
Yeah.
that's a very narrow bar for it to squeeze through, and I'm not holding my breath. Obviously, I'm going to reserve all judgment until I get the machine. And the main reason I'm getting it is because my local Walmart has had it's a Rotator Liftaway Pro, which is a duo clean with 0M, so self-cleaning brush roll duo clean system, but it's brand new for like $270 and sometimes on sale for $240, and I don't want to pay that much for a Shark.
I would
But
pay.
but eBay has, last I checked, had the older style liftaway speeds, duo clean liftaway speeds for $140.
The 801 would
Yeah,
be the model.
the 801 for $140 refurbished, and
Yeah.
and I'm gonna hopefully they're still in stock when I get paid, and if so, then I'm gonna pick up one of those and see if that's worth it, because I actually filmed my entire Apex review, and then I found out the mic was turned off.
Oh, that sucks.
So I was just like, fuck this, I'll record it another day. And because I got my mic set up with my phone and everything, so that way I can have my phone on a tripod, and I can stand far away from it, and I can like demonstrate features on the vacuum without having to hold the camera. And so that way you can still hear me clearly, and it's not like echoey. So I got my old mic out, got an extension cord, so with my Note 9 and everything, so it should look very good. So I'm basically kind of similar to like how, if you're familiar with Vacuum Advisor, kind of like that sort of a setup. So I've been trying to get that situated. And I also did it with the PowerForce Compact, and the mic was off again. And then now the machine's gone, so I can't review it now. Unless I buy another one, and I'm not doing it because I fucking hate the machine.
Didn't you have one of those randomly die on you?
The Compact PowerForce?
Yes.
I don't believe so. Oh, no. Yeah, the
I
old
thought you
style.
did.
The old style, yes. I remember now. I had a 23T7, the older version of that. Not the current one that's in stores. But yes, I had one where it was working, but it was clearly on its last legs. The motor was going out. I did a refurb on it, and then something that I did, it just quit. Like, when I turned it on, it just...
I watched the video on that.
Yeah.
I saw that it worked like 5
Right.
minutes earlier, and then 5 minutes later it just...
I ended up, because a friend of mine, Princess Sophia, actually had one, and she ended up she had another one, and it ended up, I think she needed parts off it. I think that was the issue, because the motor in hers was good, but some other parts were busted. But mine, physically, was perfect. It's just the motor was shot. So I sold that to her, and she was very happy with it. She was able to get one of her childhood vacuums up and running, and I wanted to get rid of it anyways. So I gave it to her for dirt cheap, since obviously the motor was shot, and that worked out. So I was able to get rid of it. Ironically, out of all the machines in that video, it was the one that sold first. So
Funny.
yeah. Inteltech Studios, when are you getting a Dyson V15 Detect?
Never.
Never.
Hey, that was a question for me.
Okay. We'll be quiet.
Okay. Anyways, never. No. Okay. Basically never, but not actually never. Basically, in 15 years, when you can get them at thrift stores for $10, that's when I'll review it.
But they won't work.
I didn't say they'd work, but I'll fucking find a way. I'll summon a demon of some kind and get him to rejuvenate the machine.
No, you'll summon a demon and he'll be like, no, I'm not bringing that back. Sorry.
He'll be like, I got 9 lives, man. I don't want to waste it on that piece of shit.
Yeah.
Or
He'll be like,
if
you're selling
Dyson,
your soul
or
for this.
if Dyson is watching this and you want to send me one, since I've sucked off Dyson plenty of times, can you please send me one? Thank you.
That'd be nice.
Hey, so if any Dyson rep is watching this at 2 o'clock in the morning, I love Dyson. Please give me a V15. And a V11, and a V10, and a V9, and a V8, and a V7, and a V6. I know there's no V9. Shut up.
No,
just
the
why?
V9 would be the V10, or no, the V11, and then
That's
the V11 outside.
the joke.
I know that, Tracy.
Inteltech Studios, are you my friend? I don't know you.
No.
What a dick. You say, he asks, are you his friend? And you say, I don't know you. You know what? You're my friend just for that. You know what?
I mean,
Adam.
if you want, I mean, sure. I mean, I don't mind having new friends. Are you my friend? I don't know.
You're my friend now. It's chance wants to be a dick.
Braze Vax. No, you're my friend. I'll call you a friend.
Trying to say, oh, I don't know you.
Okay, let me just say this outright. Everyone who's in the chat, well, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that. Most most people who are in the chat, you're my friend, and I love you.
Yeah.
Oh, am I the one that's not a friend?
That was
Damn
mostly
it.
just a snarky comment. If you're in the chat, you're probably my friend.
Robert, if you have to ask, you know you're the one.
Maybe not friend, acquaintance. That's the word I was looking for, because I don't know you enough to be a friend. But you support the channel, you support me. You're a good acquaintance. You're a good friend. You're a
I'm fucking around.
A friendance.
Come here.
What about us on Discord?
I don't see why not. I don't see why you wouldn't be friends.
Come here, Chance. I have memes to send you.
Honorable Chairman, I just noticed you changed my name.
Yes, I do enjoy boobs.
How you doing there?
And I mean that in both senses. Definitely a friend.
That joke was quite titillating.
God damn it.
This stream just like went like off the rails. Like companies are gonna watch this and they're never gonna sponsor me again. Oh
You ever
god.
play
Wait, who am I kidding? No one's ever sponsored me. Oh, I did get one company finally emailed me and offered to do a sponsor review. And I haven't responded yet, but I will. I might do that. But as long as they acknowledge the fact that it's like, hey, just because it's sponsored doesn't mean that I'm gonna be like overly charitable. Like if your product is shit, I'm gonna say it's shit. Although I'm not gonna say it like that. I'm gonna say this product sucks monkey butt and you shouldn't buy it.
Tracy,
What?
could you type the brand into voice text,
What?
please?
The what?
The brand of the brand that's reached out to you.
I'm not. No, I don't. No, I'm not gonna say.
Okay.
Oh, you said in voice text, not over YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you
I'll
could
that
always
later.
do is instead of being like, yeah, this sucks monkey butt and don't buy it, you could be like, here's what you should change about your product so it doesn't suck.
No, like
Yeah,
that.
like
That
the-
actually is what I do. In all seriousness,
Mm-hmm.
Like-
That is exactly what
like
he does.
that's, and whether it's something I like or something I dislike, or it's like, what's your opinion on the Shark Vertex? I don't know. I don't have one. Shark should send me one so I can review it.
Which one is the Vertex again?
That's
I
the
think
that's
I
the
know-
new
The
one.
latest model.
It's the one that replaced the Apex.
Oh, it's the one that's based on the Apex Legends. I've actually heard those aren't half bad. They just look ugly. That's my
Yeah.
issue with them.
I love the way the Vertex looks. I like the color scheme and all that. Like I like it. With like the blue and the silver and the rose gold. I like it. I like the way it looks.
But look at how the dustbin looks. Would you really use that every day?
Well, yeah, because it's a much bigger dustbin than they usually are. Like they actually were able to like make it about the same size, but still put a bigger canister on it. Like that's actually really nice. It seems like they actually did improve it, but I haven't used it, so I can't say for sure. Yeah, there's a new rotator as well, obviously.
Yeah.
If you didn't buy one.
I don't understand why you'd go and buy a Shark these days. They're just wasting money.
The reason why you'd buy one is because they're more repairable than a Dyson. That's why.
The reason you'd buy one is because they're objectively better than, you know, a lot of the other big box store cheapo vacuums that are available, and they're cheaper than Dyson's.
And look at this person.
And the
now.
dual
He
clean
says,
actually
"I-
works really well.
Now you're my friend.
Like,
See,
look. Here's something. I'm gonna go after Alex a little bit, if you don't mind. Alex made that video where he was like, "These soft rollers are stupid. Oh my god, they're so much worse than straight suction." So that video is what you call bullshit.
Now.
So because I've used those soft rollers when they're done right, which most of the time they are, not always. They work very well.
Yeah.
And I do like what Shark did with combining them. See, here's the thing that I'm curious about is like, who invented it? Like the soft roller, like was that? I'm assuming Shark, quote unquote, invented the idea of them being both together, both rollers.
I invented it. Little known fact, I hold the patent for it, Chance.
Do you really?
They pay me a whole $350 every time they make a
$350?
Yeah,
I need
So-
$350.
So with the soft rollers, the biggest thing that you can do if you have a machine, specifically the Sharks with the dual rollers, is you need to make sure to pull out the soft roller and clean behind it, because that's
Yes.
what causes them to fail a lot of times. Stuff binds up back there, and if
Right.
you don't clean it out, it jams up that motor, kills the motor in the power nozzle, and
Right.
then boom, things
I
toast.
think that happened to the one that House of Vacuums had in for repair.
So I mean, as long as you clean out behind the soft roller,
Right.
you know, and you're, you know, meticulous about. I don't think I said that word right. In all honesty,
Meticulous about.
I'm a little tipsy. I'm doing my best.
Let me go just grab
It's
my
okay,
stupid
dude.
Apex.
You're doing pretty
I know
fucking.
I have the Dyson roller. It's all right. Nothing that my normal straight suction head can't do.
But do you have roller skates?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Oops, gets it.
I'll just prop this up with my shoulder.
I think that was a good time
That's
to
probably
end
gonna
this.
break my desk.
I think it's gotten to the point where it's just.
Oh, your Shark Apex.
I need to clean the soft roller. It's like all faded from the dust.
I wasn't aware.
Look at this
Chance
thing. This thing has so many battle scars on it.
Someone
it's
said
still
all of
pumping.
the Dyson and Shark are better than all of the cheap
It's a
vacuums.
heavy bitch.
No.
My opinion
Who
is
said what?
Bissell's- Someone said Dysons and Sharks are better than all of the cheap vacuums.
Cheap,
Liar.
cheap.
That is. I
Listen.
would say a Bissell
Guys, see,
is better.
this is a good.
Yes,
This is a point that I was saying earlier. Is
Yes.
that
This cheap
blanket
machine.
statements about brands
Mhm.
in some scenarios
I am the brand warrior.
I would
Don't.
say Miele
matter.
and some Taconi are better than most of vacuum brands.
Let me just say. Oh, also for those in chat, let me just say this: if you have to keep asking whether or not you're my friend, I think you know the answer, because people who are actually your friends and have talked to you enough to be
Is
considered
yes.
friends, just say that they're your friend.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. Everybody is Chance's friend, and everybody is my friend too. Because I am that nice of a person, and I give everybody hugs.
Can you see my hole?
Yeah.
No,
Nice,
I don't
nice
want to.
shark.
Why? Why would you ask if I wanted to see the hole?
You can't see my
No.
hole?
How can you mute YouTube?
You can't. No, I don't want to see.
Are you not
If
watching the
you-
YouTube stream?
Oh, I am. I just, I'll deal with the echoing.
I like how it has a little light on the. See, it doesn't. It doesn't even just have the light on the base. It actually has the light on the handle. Like, why is that like such an uncommon thing? That's a great idea.
I think
Because it's
this
like,
will
oh,
have
sharks is shit. They're so badly engineered. It's just a marketing
Someone-
thing. It's like,
Someone said
guys,
one-
if marketing was truly the only reason that units moved, they wouldn't keep moving units.
Yeah.
If Dyson and Shark truly only outsold the other brands because of marketing, that would mean that the product is at least somewhat okay. Otherwise, consumers would realize the marketing was bullshit.
True.
And only certain people would be fooled by it, as opposed to
Yeah.
the many customers. People
Oh.
don't realize that. Does that mean
Yeah.
a Sibo or a Miele isn't probably better than those machines? Nah, that's not what I'm saying at all. But what it does mean is that there's a reason why units move.
Chance,
Yes.
I was asking you an important question.
What?
Bobby. You
What?
ever dabble in haters?
Oh, jeez. Wait, where did it go?
We've reached the point in the stream where I think we're all tired and
We're all
just
drunk.
like
We're all drunk on
Someone,
wokeness.
Bradenvac said whoever you're on the Discord call with are funny as heck.
They are.
thank you, whoever said that.
Bradenvac.
Oh.
If they join the
Brainvax,
Discord,
yeah.
I'm giving them. They are immediately getting a fancy roll all to themselves.
Well, is Brace? How old are you? Are you old enough to be in the server? I'm pretty sure he's right around that era. I'm sure he's
Yeah.
close enough.
Wow, I have a fancy roll. Ooh.
You should get a fancy roll. We need to
I
give you.
don't want a fancy roll. I'm not online consistent enough to deal with that.
I'm inconsistent enough. I just don't want to be. I'm fine where
Also,
I'm
this
at.
this motorized power brush is actually pretty sweet.
Oh my god.
Pretty sweet.
Pretty sweet. It gets hair in it though. But this little thing pops up really easily. That's nice.
Alright. Who wanted to be? Yeah, Boobs is gonna get the super fancy roll.
Yes, because he deserves it. Because he is a sweetheart.
I get the role of drunk eBay shopping.
Did the person join this? Oh, the person didn't join the server. Damn it. I wanted to get them fancy roll.
Super fancy.
Super fancy. I wanna trigger Alex by showing him me with the fucking apex. Just screen
Super
cap that and
fancy
send it to Alex.
gold. And you know what? You know who else is getting the super fancy roll?
Who?
Nobody. Sorry.
Cool.
I hope
Yeah, I
someone
got room
screen
for-
cap that and sent it to Alex. Just to troll him.
Ah, my name is Goldenrod. Mustard yellow.
Yes! That's exactly what
Baby.
it... Absolutely. No. It is honey mustard yellow. That's what your roll is. Because that is
Honey mustard is delicious.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mustard is one of my favorite condiments.
I made that.
For some reason, I thought you were gonna say mustard is one of my favorite colors.
Wait, did I say mustard was one of your favorite colors or condiments?
I think you were about to say that, but then you said condiments. It sounded to me like you were about to say colors.
Me
Well,
too.
Mustard is one of my
mustard
favorite
is a
colors.
color?
Yellow. Mustard.
I'm doing my best.
The following
Try.
stream is sponsored by the brand new Samsung Galaxy Note 4. The Samsung Galaxy Note 4. Do you note?
Jesus
Sorry,
Christ.
I'm sorry if that was too loud. But I had to use your attention.
That
Oh.
scared me.
Robert, can you please stop it with ear rape, please? I'd really appreciate it. And you're
Can
about to
you
do it
do it?
now, aren't you?
He said, yeah, I'll let Tracy read it.
Yeah, send this person an invite to the server. They're getting the fucking super fancy roll immediately.
Brazevax?
Absolutely.
Brazevax might have to go to one of your regular YouTube videos in the comments. Because,
Hey, Fuck that, I'll post it.
Is
Right,
is the link not working? Someone posted it earlier. Oh, it's probably too far back.
well, it's too far back and
Absolutely.
YouTube does not let you use links while live.
What? No,
No,
it's
yes,
bullshit.
they can. You just gotta approve it.
You gotta prove it.
They don't let you do anything more than report or block.
Okay, I'm gonna paste it. Boom.
If it works, it works.
Ah, it's there.
There it is, yeah.
I hope I did the right one.
It's coming up as literally just discord.gg for me.
Who gives a shit?
You put the Discord website in, not the link to...
Oh, it's not the correct
I
Discord.
clicked on Vacuum Collectors Alliance and invite people. What did I do wrong?
You do fast. I'll DM you a permanent invite to the server. There you go. You send out all your videos. You do.
I can just copy and paste the link.
Yeah, literally, just copy and paste it. It's a permanent invite, so you don't gotta worry about it expiring.
Please excuse us
Dope.
while we have our technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Oh, so I can always go back into our thing and grab this if I need to?
Yep.
Perfect.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
That should work.
Here we go. That's the invite, I know.
Do you want to remove your... I guess you can't remove something without...
joins
Oh,
the
it's not.
server.
It's not hurting nothing.
They're in the fancy roll. Come here, buddy.
Yeah.
The super fancy roll.
Yep.
And
Who doesn't love their super fancy roll?
Log into Facebook.
Facebook. Yeah. Not great.
Oh,
Yeah. Have you...
oh. So, one of my friends, apparently his grandpa was a CFO for Kirby for a while back in the 70s, and he reached out to me the other day. He's like, "Hey, I have this old Kirby that my family used to use a lot, and it's in good condition, but we don't use it anymore. What should I do with it?" And I was like, I'm not a big fan of. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
I almost
That's
just
beautiful.
fell backwards in my chair.
Wow.
Boobs will change.
I have the most beautiful name. I am the blessed child.
I'm happy now.
Funny boobs.
It goes perfectly because I see my profile pic and right below it shows that, and I'm just like with the grouchy face and everything. Oh.
Why do you think it was the perfect patch?
But yes,
Oh my god. Oh, I'm too tired for this shit.
Me too.
this is beautiful.
The following Discord bullshit
Bra-
was sponsored by the
Sure,
Shark
probably.
Apex.
Did Brave Max join?
They did.
Oh, that's
He
good.
can join the server, but he can't join the stream VC. I locked that out.
Oh yeah.
Because he needs to go through
Yeah.
like the vetting thing first, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Whatever. Either way, he'll be here the next one.
This channel's locked out because we don't. It's because we don't want like a ton of people joining in whenever you or me or Alex has a stream.
Yep.
Well, way to go. You probably just creeped him the fuck out with that intro.
What?
You have to be.
Slapping the salami.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that some
listen,
euphemism that I don't
you
understand?
You have to have an IQ of 140 or higher.
Oh, that
Bitch,
means
mine is
I'm sorry.
163.
Yeah.
No, fuck. You're not Einstein.
Good boy.
No, I'm smarter. Einstein didn't run a successful YouTube channel.
Liar. No, you don't own a Daredevil. Fuck.
You can't even say the name, and you're trying to give me shit.
You don't own a Black & Decker air swivel, so
I've
fuck
owned
you.
like 7 of them in the last 2 years.
Do not have it in your collection right now. So
Because it is not worthy.
Suck. You're racist against Black & Decker.
If you love it so much, why don't you buy me one? If you want me to have one so bad, super chat me $80. Way to go, you creeped him out. Braze Vax.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Bray, just letting you know,
Fuck.
Robert is creepy, so
Yeah.
don't let him
No.
scare you away.
He left the server. No. The super fancy roll means nothing now. Oh,
Just give it to me
no.
because I'm super fancy.
No.
I'm so fancy.
Not 2015 anymore. Anyway, no, you're not getting a Black & Decker swivel. Keeping that shit for myself.
You still
know
can't
why?
say the name right. It's Black & Decker Air Swivel.
That's
I had
exactly
one of
right.
those and paid $100 a few years ago.
Ew.
Pay $100 for one of those. It's terrible value.
You shouldn't pay more than $20.
Yeah,
I'm not
pay
creeped
$80.
out. It's funny. Okay, just making sure. Holy shit, it is 2 o'clock in the morning. Wait, no, I shouldn't have said that. Then all my friends will leave me. I'm just kidding. It's only 9 p.m. and we're all having fun. Damn it. Okay, he's back.
Never mind. We'll have a proper off.
No.
We'll have a proper send off for YouTube.
It said, "I'm not creeped out. It's funny."
Yeah, I saw that. I just read that, but y'all don't pay attention.
Papers tomorrow, boys. French fries.
Tomorrow?
I have a big forehead.
Yeah, let me just glue a schnoozle to your big forehead.
Oh.
You know, a schnoozle.
What?
We are not going to continue this conversation until
Yep,
after.
and that's the end of the stream, everybody. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Anyways, this is Inteltech Studios signing out. If you would like to send one more super chat before I end this,
Send $1 million.
send $1 million via super chat for the 6
$1
current
million.
viewers.
He needs 1 million kopecks.
Yep. Kaneki-stan Kopecks.
He needs 50 rubles.
I don't need anything. I need,
Yes, you do. Shut up.
I need a
Your
chicken
bank account
sandwich,
says otherwise.
and I need a new blanket. So buy me a chicken sandwich and a new blanket.
You need
You have a
oxygen
husband
and
for
water.
that. Sorry.
I definitely need water. Oh God, I've been drinking soda all day. I need some
Your
insulin.
kidneys are probably shutting
I need
down.
some insulin and a wheelbarrow to hold the other half of my
diabetes.
Cinnabon.
Yeah, don't forget your diabetes.
Diabetes.
Both my
Sound like
fiance
an
and my
asshole
dad have
for saying
diabetes, so I'm probably fucked.
It runs in your family.
I'm probably fucked.
Nobody runs in his family.
But one of them has type 1, the other one has type 2, so I'll probably get type 3.
I know what runs in boobs. I know
One
what
has
runs
type
in your
1, one has
family.
type 2, so you're gonna get type 3.
Yep.
Boobs, I know
And then
your
type 4.
family.
What?
Anyways, to all those watching the YouTube
Dapping
stream.
on them haters. That's what runs in your family.
Oh shit, OBS just crashed. I'll see you guys
Yay!
in the next video.
You did it!
Have a good one.
Yay!